Chapter 51. Cat Fruit, Tiger Form. You won't take action? Well, let's capture the leader first. Since you won't take action, then I won't be polite. Before he finished speaking, Slit launched an offensive like lightning. His move was tantamount to opening the prelude to the second round of fierce confrontation. The war between the Navy and the pirates was ignited again, and the air was filled with a strong fighting atmosphere. Darius saw this, not wanting to be outdone, and swung his giant axe fiercely. A stream of axe energy containing a sharp aura cut through the sky like a crescent moon, heading straight for Slit. However, as a master of the 6 styles of the Navy, Slit's body was extremely agile. Almost at the moment when the axe energy was approaching him, he dodged at an astonishing speed, and the crescent-shaped axe energy did not touch him at all. So fast! Darius couldn't help but feel surprised that the opponent's reaction speed was so fast. Seeing Slit appear beside him like a ghost, Darius immediately adjusted his posture and swung out a powerful axe strike. But a unique red light flashed in Slit's eyes, which was a sign of observation haki. He quickly gathered his armament haki in his palm, and his palm, as hard as steel, slapped the back of the axe accurately with an indescribable precision. This palm was not only incredibly powerful, but also contained a subtle control of the flow of power, which forcibly deviated Darius's attack from its original trajectory. Such precise control! Darius' heart was once again filled with shock. He thought the opponent had only dodged his attack with speed, but he never thought that the opponent could make such a wonderful counter-attack in such a short time, deftly dissolving his axe attack with his palm. Finger gun. A fingertip as fast as lightning suddenly attacked. Darius was quick-witted and quick-handed, and his body instantly swooped back, cleverly avoiding the sudden attack. However, Slit seemed to have predicted Darius's actions long ago, and he followed closely behind, and every attack fell on the position of Darius's dodge trajectory, making Darius very embarrassed. Flame. Before he finished speaking, a snake head on Darius' shoulder spewed out blazing flames. Slit lightly dodged the counter-attack of the flames and approached Darius again like a shadow. After several rounds of fighting, Darius gradually felt unprecedented pressure. His offensive seemed to be covered by an invisible net, and every intention was seen through by Slit in advance. He realized that this opponent was not only proficient in observation haki, but also his observation haki was far superior to his own. His prediction was like a piece of cake in front of the opponent. This feeling of powerlessness forced him to retreat again and again, trying to distance himself from Slit in order to catch his breath. The members of the Roxas pirates were all shocked when they saw this scene. They had never expected that Darius, who was as powerful as a monster, would be so embarrassed in front of Vice Admiral Slit and was forced to retreat again and again. This scene was undoubtedly an unprecedented shock to them. The surrounding Navy soldiers cheered and expressed their admiration for Vice Admiral Slit. Vice Admiral Slit, he is worthy of his reputation. Yes, Vice Admiral Slit is the pride of our Navy. Now Vice Admiral Slit has already left his opponent helpless before he even uses his Devil Fruit ability. What's more, the mention of Vice Admiral Slit's brilliant past achievements moved everyone present. Pirates, surrender! Vice Admiral Slit once personally arrested a super pirate with a bounty of 1,450,000,000 berries. In comparison, Darius, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, is nothing to him. These words were like a heavy hammer, sounding the alarm bells in the hearts of the Roxas pirates. Their morale was shaken to some extent, and they began to feel deeply worried about their own and Darius's situation, worrying whether the Roxas pirates could escape unscathed from such a powerful opponent. Darius was also shocked when he heard it, but he did not try to boost the morale of the pirates. Instead, he focused on Slit and said coldly, "Ability? Are you a Devil Fruit user?" Slit sneered and said proudly, "Indeed, but with your strength, it seems that it is not worth it for me to use my ability." Hearing this, Darius's face suddenly turned ugly, and he laughed grimly, "Ha ha ha, interesting, it seems that I have been underestimated. That was observation haki just now. Your observation haki seems to be very powerful." Slit was also very proud and said, "Yes, your strength is indeed very strong, but I have already seen your future, and that is being arrested by me." His observation haki has been cultivated to the point where he can predict the short future and can see what will happen in the next few seconds. In this ocean, people who can cultivate observation haki to this point are rare. Even in the Marine headquarters, which is full of talented people, there are only 5 people in total who can cultivate their observation haki to the point of foreseeing the future: Marshal Sora, Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, Hero Garp, and Slit. Although there has not been any internal strength ranking within the Navy, Slit is confident that he is the strongest in the Navy except for the Grand Admiral and the Hero Garp. This is indeed the case. Among dozens of Vice Admirals, only he and Tsuru have become substitutes for the Navy Admirals. The two soon fought again. Darius possessed the observation haki that could foresee the future. No matter what Darius did, the opponent could foresee his future, making Darius consume more energy whether attacking or defending. Storm Kick. Slater kicked Darius and sent him flying. Without waiting for Darius to catch his breath, he chased him again and kicked him hard. When Darius defended with both hands, a snake head emitted a strong sound wave, which made Slater frown slightly. Darius swung his axe fiercely and forced Slater to retreat dozens of steps. Damn it! This is really tricky. Darius wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing this opponent who could predict the future, he became more and more frightened. He remembered that when Straw Hat Luffy first met Katakuri in the original work, he seemed to have suffered a lot at the beginning. But Straw Hat Luffy has his own aura of the protagonist, and has also learned how to use the observation haki to foresee the future in battle. I wonder if I can also learn to foresee the future in the battle. And I am different from Straw Hat Luffy. His ultrasonic wave seems to be able to affect the opponent's observation haki to predict the future. I should be the one saying this. Slit's face wasn't looking good either. Even for him, it was difficult to defend against Darius' ultrasonic attack, unless his whole body was covered with armament haki. After all, the ultrasonic wave didn't seem to enter through the ears, but entered the body through every pore of the body. Even if he could quickly defend himself with armament haki, the interference for a moment would disrupt his observation haki that could foresee the future. Soon, Slit regained his composure. He had to calm down to maximize his observation haki. He looked at Darius and said coldly, "Now I understand why Vice Admiral Bai and so many Navy officers died in your hands. The Yamata no Orikai's abilities are indeed very powerful and strange. Each snake head represents an ability, with a total of 8 different abilities. Among the mythical beasts, it is definitely the best." Speaking of this, there was some jealousy in Slit's eyes. If he had eaten this devil fruit back then, relying on this powerful ability, he would definitely be able to become the Admiral of the Navy, or even the Marshal of the Navy, but it was too late. Thinking of this, Slit's face became even uglier. Such a powerful ability fell into the hands of a pirate. He would definitely destroy him. I take back what I just said. Among the many pirates I have fought, you are indeed a very tough opponent. Now, I will show you my ability. As he said that, Slit threw his cloak of justice aside, and his body began to change. He was originally 2 meters tall, but hair began to grow on his body, and his body was constantly colliding. Soon, he turned into a half-human, half-beast tiger man over 5 meters tall. Is this the tiger fruit? Darius looked at the monster's appearance. There was a word king on its forehead and black and yellow stripes on its body. Isn't it a tiger? Slit exhaled a mouthful of foul air, and a deep voice came out of his ferocious mouth, "Animal type, cat fruit tiger form. I am different from other vice admirals in the Navy. Many vice admirals in the Navy practice physical skills, swordsmanship, and domineering at the same time. If they have devil fruits, they will also have to add another devil fruit. However, I have never practiced swordsmanship. It's not that I don't have talent in swordsmanship, but physical skills are the biggest gain for me. Animal type ability users will enhance the advantages of physical users to the greatest extent. Is it just an ordinary type? Not even an ancient type." There was some contempt in Darius' words. Although the cat fruit tiger form was considered a relatively powerful devil fruit among the animal type devil fruits, after all, the tiger was the king of beasts, but it still did not change the fact that it was just an ordinary devil fruit. When Slit heard this, his eyes twitched a little, and he said coldly, "What an arrogant brat, your devil fruit is indeed more powerful, but in this world, there are no weak devil fruits, only weak ability users. Now I am here to teach you this truth." Chapter 52. Disadvantage. After he finished speaking, Slit rushed up directly. After using the devil fruit, all the attributes of Slit's body were enhanced several times. His strength was obviously more than one level stronger than before, and had far surpassed the category of Vice Admiral of the Navy. A punch came at him, and Darius quickly raised Black Cleaver to block it. The attack with armed color domineering was directed at Black Cleaver's axe, and Darius was immediately knocked out by the punch. His feet stepped on the ground, plowing 2 deep grooves on the ground. So fast, so powerful. Darius was shocked, but after Darius plowed a trail of hundreds of meters on the ground and barely stopped, Slit rushed over again, grinning, "You blocked it well, but how many times can you block it?" Another powerful blow came down. Darius defended again and was knocked out again. Then he leaned back and did a dozen backflips to relieve the impact. He looked ahead with a serious face, watching Slit jump into the air, and growled, "Stormfoot Tiger." Darius looked at the vacuum slash that was flying towards him, and it actually formed the shape of a tiger's head. He chopped it down fiercely with the black cut in his hand. The collision of Black Cleaver and Vacuum Cleave immediately forced Darius to take several steps back. The veins on his arms were bulging. Ha! After a roar, an axe split the vacuum slash in half. The vacuum slash, which was split into 2 halves, fell to the ground, and 2 slash marks as long as 100 meters appeared on the ground in an instant. At the moment when the vacuum slash was broken, Slit had already arrived in front of Darius and kicked him hard in the face. Darius immediately started bleeding from his mouth and nose. He was kicked hundreds of meters away and hit the house in front hard. "Lord Darius! Captain!" The members of the Roxas pirates were shocked when they saw this scene. They were already shocked when Darius was suppressed before, and now seeing Darius being knocked out, it was even more unbelievable. The red light of observation haki appeared in Slit's eyes again, and he jumped into the air, Risukyu, Ranbu. A series of vacuum slashes kicked towards the broken house, directly slashing and smashing the already collapsed house. After the attack, Slit landed from the air, folded his arms across his chest, looking confident. The next second, a burst of energy cannon composed of fire, hurricane, and lightning suddenly erupted from the house that had been cut into ruins by Storm Kick Ranwu and shot towards Slit. "Humph, just a trifle trick, Storm Kick Slash." He kicked out another vacuum slash, which collided with the energy cannon and exploded instantly, with streams of hot air spreading towards the surroundings. Darius crawled out from the ruins at this time. He was in a very miserable state. Not only was he bleeding from his mouth and nose, but his body was also covered with many wounds from the storm kick, dance. Even his own snake scales could not block the sharp blow. Damn, the gap between lieutenant generals is too big. Darius's face looked very ugly. The opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Whether it was strength or speed, the opponent was stronger than him. The same was true for haki, especially observation haki. There was a completely qualitative difference. Slit's observation haki obviously belonged to the category of high-level observation haki. All his attacks and defenses were within the opponent's prediction, and the timing of the opponent's arrival could be said to be when Darius was the weakest. Now his demonic sublimation still has more than 20 days of cooldown time, and he had just used Samsara Despair 2 days ago. If he had demonic sublimation, Darius should have a chance to kill Slit with this move, but now this skill is on cooldown. Slit folded his arms across his chest and said coldly, "You should understand that you can't beat me with your strength. Your mythical beast ability is indeed very strong, but it's only the devil fruit that is strong, not you. If you surrender now, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you if you continue." "Kill me? Ha, stop joking." Darius laughed when he heard it. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, he could not be killed. The ability of Yamata no Orakai, in addition to the 8 elemental abilities, also gave him 8 lives. What's more, he also had the skill Destiny that allowed him to teleport away at any time. If someone wanted to kill him, even the Admiral of the Navy would not be able to do so. Slit frowned as he listened, not understanding where the other party got such confidence from. Could it be that he had some trump card? Was it the ability to summon some strange black shadows? It was said that Lieutenant General Bai seemed to have died from this move. Calm down, calm down. I have destiny. I can run away at any time. There is no need to worry. The worst case scenario is retreat. Moreover, there happens to be a strong man who is proficient in observation haki. He is undoubtedly the best whetstone for me. In the past few years in Burrow City, although the amount of haki has increased a lot, I have never touched the high-level observation haki and high-level armament haki. If I can also achieve the level of observation haki to foresee the future, then I can definitely beat him. What's more, I am only more than 2,000 experience points away from upgrading. Thinking of this, Darius glanced at the surrounding navy. Now the Roxas pirates were at a complete disadvantage, and Ashen and the others had not returned yet, or even if they came back, it would not make much sense. Their strength was too weak. Even if they came back, they could only deal with some other navy at most. Facing Slit, they could not help Darius much. If he wanted to defeat Slit, he had to rely on himself. After taking a deep breath, Darius calmed down and decided to give it a try. After all, the worst-case scenario was to give up the Roxas pirates. However, it took him several years to build the Roxas pirates, and Darius was unwilling to give up until the last critical moment. Phantom. Soon, Darius used the skill Phantom to create a phantom clone. Clone. Slit's face became a little serious when he saw another Darius suddenly appear. There are actually two Lord Darius. Is this also the ability of the Yamata no Orokai fruit? Great, Lord Darius does have a trump card. I told you. Lord Darius is invincible. The pirates were all excited at once. Humph, what can one more clone do? Slit did not take Darius' clone seriously. A sinister smile appeared on Darius's lips, and the phantom clone quickly ran backwards. Slit frowned, his observation haki had been locked on Darius, so he was very sure that the Darius in front of him was the real one, and the one just now was just a clone, because he could feel that the aura of the one who just ran away was much weaker than the Darius in front of him. What exactly do you want to do? Slit asked curiously. Of course we have to kill the rest of the navy. After all, it seems that we can't defeat the navy relying on those useless troops alone. Darius said with a playful look. Slit snorted coldly and focused all his attention on Darius. At this time, the phantom clone that had already run away also directly entered the human beast form of the Yamata no Orokai, and began to release various elemental attacks from the snake's mouth, and it did not distinguish between friend and foe at all. Wait a minute, Lord Darius, we are your subordinates. Idiot, don't enter Lord Darius' attack range. No, this seems to be Lord Darius' clone. No matter what, stay away from Lord Darius' clone. After the pirates saw Darius transform into a human beast form, they began to attack indiscriminately, or rather, they attacked the navy, which would only accidentally hurt the surrounding pirates. The pirates could choose to retreat, but the navy had no choice. Their mission was to arrest the pirates. At this time, Slit's adjutant, Major General Philip, drew the sword at his waist and said, "It's just a clone, let me deal with it." But the order Darius gave to the phantom clone was to kill as many navy as possible and gain more experience points. So after fighting with Major General Philip for a while, the phantom clone found that Philip was very strong and not so easy to deal with, so he turned around to deal with the rest of the navy. Back on the main battlefield, the battle between Darius and Slit has lasted for half an hour. After transforming into the tiger form of the cat fruit, Slit's strength has increased significantly. Before he used the devil fruit, Darius could still fight him, but now that the opponent has used the devil fruit, his speed and strength have crushed Darius, putting Darius at an absolute disadvantage. 6 Style Secret Technique. 6 King's Spear. A terrifying shock wave penetrated the body of Darius. A large amount of blood spurted out of Darius' mouth. He flew backwards with a bang and slid on the ground for more than 10 meters. Cough, cough, cough. Darius covered his chest and forced himself to kneel on the ground. He felt that his internal organs had suffered great damage from the blow just now. Then, Darius wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. "You kid, you're really tough." Seeing Darius stand up again, Slit was a little surprised, and he had to admire Darius's willpower and ability to withstand beatings. In just a short while, Darius had suffered a lot of injuries, and there were several holes on his body poked by the finger gun. But every time he was defeated, Darius was able to stand up very tenaciously. This is also a characteristic of animal-type ability users, which is to be able to withstand attacks. Of course, Darius has another advantage, that is his talent Wind of Resurrection and equipment Steel of the Heart. Steel of the Heart gives him a large amount of health, and Wind of Resurrection allows him to recover a certain amount of blood after being injured, which also increases Darius's endurance. Although the feeling of being beaten is indeed very uncomfortable, it is not easy to defeat him easily. Crippling blow. He swung the axe again, cutting a deep groove on the ground in front of him. It's useless, you can't beat me, just give up. After dodging the attack, Sleet continued to talk trash and launch mental attacks on Darius. Huff, ha ha ha, you talk so much fucking nonsense. Darius grinned. Although he was injured and the blood in his body began to boil, Darius forced himself to stay calm because he understood that if he wanted to improve his observation haki, he had to stay calm, and the opponent in front of him was a perfect opponent. Chapter 53. Awakening, the True Strength of the General Candidate. In the original work, Straw Hat Luffy gradually learned the observation haki to foresee the future during the battle with Katakuri, so he must be able to do it too. Darius gradually calmed his heart, activated his observation haki to the maximum, and sensed Slit's breath and changes with all his heart. Humph, arrogant brat, go to hell. Slit said, kicking his feet and using his killing move on Darius again, growling, razor blade. In an instant, Slit's figure was as fast as lightning, and he raised a strong wind blade and attacked Darius. Darius chopped the black cutter in his hand fiercely, breaking the wind blade into pieces. Darius felt a sense of crisis and his body instinctively tried to dodge to the side. At that moment, he actually dodged Slit's finger gun. Slit's face was suddenly filled with shock, but before he could be shocked, Darius's black cleaver chopped over. Slit chose to step back and put some distance between himself and Darius. Darius was also shocked at this time. He thought to himself, what was that? I seemed to have predicted the trajectory of his attack on me in an instant. Was it the observation haki that could foresee the future? Darius recalled the feeling just now, and his heart was filled with joy. Was that just luck? It seems like another future has appeared. Slit's face was a little grim. He didn't want to believe that a pirate like Darius could master the observation haki that could foresee the future in such a short time, so he decided to give it another try. Soon, Sleet launched another attack, and Darius immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts in his heart and turned his observation haki to the maximum. After the feeling just now, Darius was surprised again, because he seemed to have really found the feeling of predicting the future. Once again, Darius dodged Slit's attack, but maybe after dodging, his emotions fluctuated greatly, or his observation haki was not mature enough to predict the future, so after dodging the first move, he was hit by Slit's second move again. After being knocked out again, Darius supported himself with one hand and somersaulted to the ground. Even though blood was coming out of his mouth and nose, he was still excited and said, ha ha ha, it hurts. You are really strong, but I will never lose to you. I think I have found some feeling for fighting. Slit looked at Darius and his face suddenly turned a little ugly. He was now sure that Darius had indeed used the observation haki that could foresee the future. Although his ability to foresee the future was not as good as his, he was able to comprehend it in such a short time, which shocked Slit. However, he forced himself to stay calm and thought to himself, this guy actually treated me as a whetstone. Could he want to comprehend the observation haki that could foresee the future in battle? How is this possible? Then, Slit denied himself, no, it is indeed possible. The more desperate the situation is, the more it can stimulate the hidden power in the human body. I also awakened the future foreseeing observation haki when I was in a desperate situation. This kid doesn't want to do the same. If he really succeeds, it will be troublesome. We must make a quick decision. After thinking all this through, Sleet decided not to hold back on his strength anymore. He wanted to get rid of Darius as quickly as possible and not give Darius a chance to grow. Although Darius was not the most powerful pirate he had ever seen, Darius's strength made him feel a little daunted, especially since this guy was still so young. He must strangle him in the cradle. Boy, as someone who also possesses the ability of an animal-type devil fruit, today I will let you see what the true power of a devil fruit is. As he spoke, Slit's body changed again. In the human beast form, the original black stripes of the tiger began to gradually spread, and the black and yellow fur on his body now turned completely pure black. Soon, the human beast form turned into a black tiger man. At the same time, circles of black flames appeared on Slit's neck, arms, waist, and abdomen, surrounding his body. Darius looked at Slit, whose form had changed drastically, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Slit's aura was even more terrifying than before. He was shocked and asked, is this the awakening of the animal system? Even if this guy didn't use the devil fruit, it would be hard to deal with his observation haki that could predict the future. After using the devil fruit, he became even more abnormal. Now he can even awaken the tiger fruit. How the hell is he going to fight him? Is the difference in strength between the vice admirals so big? Slit is much stronger than the old vice admiral. The strength of the two is simply one in the sky and one in the earth. Even Slit, the candidate for admiral, has such strength, it is hard to imagine how strong the real admiral of the navy must be. Darius was a little nervous at once, but he suppressed his emotions and said, "No, calm down. Haven't we already anticipated the worst outcome? As long as I can foresee the future, I will definitely be able to defeat him." Soon, Darius suppressed his inner emotions and regained his composure. He knew that in the original work, Katakuri needed to be calm enough to be able to use the observation haki that could predict the future, and Straw Hat Luffy also gradually learned the observation haki that could predict the future after maintaining sufficient calmness, which was the basic condition. Slit grinned wildly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, that's right, you are quite knowledgeable. You even know about awakening. But that's true. After all, you were once a member of the Rocks Pirates. It's not surprising that you know about the awakening of devil fruits." Slit twisted his neck, and his original 5-meter height shrunk to about 3 meters. He grinned and said, "Among the top powers of devil fruits, awakening is the ultimate power. When the ability user reaches awakening, it can be considered as the true development of the power of the devil fruit. The awakening of the animal type fruit will not only greatly increase the strength, speed, and everything else, but also bring unimaginable physical strength and vitality to the ability user. I know you also have animal type abilities, and your recovery and resistance to attacks are also extraordinary, but compared to the awakening of animal type ability users, your recovery and resistance to attacks are far inferior." Then, Slit attacked Darius again. Facing Slit's attack, Darius regained his composure. Although he was surprised that Slit could reach the level of awakening, he was even more surprised when he saw Slit's form after awakening. No wonder he was called Black Tiger. It turns out that the awakened devil fruit really looks like a black tiger. However, no matter how surprised he was, he had to calm down quickly. Facing an opponent like Slit who could predict the future, he would have a chance of defeating him only after he raised his observation haki to the same level as him. "Let's buy a piece of equipment first," Darius thought in his mind while dodging Slit's attack. Although his current gold coins were not enough to buy a complete piece of equipment, he could buy a small piece of equipment. And there just happened to be an equipment that was very effective against a pure physical warrior like Slit. After making up his mind, Darius immediately bought the equipment from the Alliance Mall, and then began to deal with Slit calmly. If he wanted to defeat Slit, he still needed to improve his observation haki. Although it was possible to gain powerful skills and defeat Slit by upgrading, Darius now enjoyed the current crisis more. Only in a crisis situation could he awaken his observation haki to foresee the future. The two of them occupied most of the battlefield. Darius kept dodging in order to adapt to his observation haki that could foresee the future. After having a little understanding of foresight, Darius thought he could enter into a formal battle with Slit. However, he did not expect that Slit had a hidden trump card. The awakening of the devil fruit made Darius, who was already at a disadvantage, even more disadvantaged. Slit's attack became even more fierce and fierce. As an elite vice admiral and a candidate for admiral, he understood very well how powerful a man like Darius was. Only with the determination to kill him could he successfully arrest him. If he wanted to show mercy, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Moreover, Slit has always been a ruthless character. In the Navy, he is an absolute hawk. He insists on executing pirates on the spot if they don't surrender. So after knowing the threat of Darius, Slit wanted to eliminate him directly. However, the higher UPS wanted to capture Darius alive. It is not known whether it was for public execution or for some other reason. As a navy, Slit could only obey the orders of his superiors. After fighting for more than 3 hours, Darius half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, ha ha ha, I think I can finally predict your actions." Slit's face also looked very ugly. When fighting with Darius, he had the upper hand from beginning to end, but Darius was too tenacious and too resistant to beatings. Moreover, when his fists hit Darius's body, he felt like being pricked by needles. Although it was not very painful, fighting for such a long time continuously made Slit's fists and feet very painful. He didn't understand why this was happening. Could it be the defense and barbs of the snake scales? In fact, the reason is very simple, because the equipment Darius bought was the thorn vest. Originally Darius planned to wait until he had enough gold coins to buy the complete set at once, but now there is no way, and Darius just had enough gold coins to buy the thorn vest, so he bought it. Thorn vest, price 800 gold coins. Armor plus 30. Passive, thorns, every time you are hit by an opponent's physical attack, 3% of the physical damage will be rebounded to the attacker and a severe injury effect will be applied for 3 minutes. Chapter 54. Support arrives. Humph, it's a pity that you no longer have a chance. Look around you. Slit said with a cold face. Darius glanced around. The surroundings were full of navy and there were no pirates to be seen. His phantom clone had been killed long ago, and the crew members of the Roxas pirates who stayed in Kowloon Town were either dead or captured. Basically, all the members of the Roxas pirates in Kowloon Town were finished. Darius did not expect that in just a few hours, the more than 10,000 people left in Zhuolong Town were defeated. It can only be said that the old, weak and sick who stayed behind were really vulnerable. Just as Darius was about to use destiny to retreat, suddenly there were sounds of artillery fire in the distance, followed by shouts of killing. "Captain, we are here. Lord Darius, we are here to help you. Damn Navy, they actually took advantage of our main force's absence to attack Kowloon Town, what a bunch of bastards." The Roxas pirates, each holding a machete, roared angrily. "It's the Roxas pirates. Damn it! Has their reinforcement arrived? We just got rid of the pirates in Kowloon Town, and we didn't even have time to catch our breath when these guys came." The navy in Kowloon Town also complained at this time, but also started a new round of battle with the pirates who came ashore. At this time, after landing, a Shen and Red Chain Snake also rushed forward. The discipline of the navy was much stronger than that of the pirates. Even when facing the attack of a Shen and others, they were able to respond calmly. The two sides soon engaged in battle. "Lord Darius." The Red Chain Snake looked at Darius fighting with Slit in the distance, and ran over with anxiety in his heart. Although the distance was far, she could see that Darius seemed to be at a disadvantage against the marine, and his body was covered in blood and his face was covered in wounds. In all the years she had known Darius, she had never seen Darius being forced to this point. "Don't try to hinder Lieutenant General Sleet," Major General Philip said as he stood in front of the Red Chain Snake. "Get out of my way." After eating the steel fruit, the Red Chain Snake's strength has greatly increased, and it has become the third most important person on the ship. Its strength is second only to Darius and Ashen. The silver snake sword in its hand stabbed towards Philip. But Philip was also an expert in swordsmanship. He easily deflected the Red Chain Snake's silver snake sword, and then counterattacked with a sword to force the Red Chain Snake back. After the Red Chain Snake retreated a few steps, a streak of blood appeared on her abdomen. This shocked the Red Chain Snake that the other party had actually broken through her iron body. Suddenly, her eyes gradually became solemn, and she said in a cold voice, "Get out of my way." "Humph, so arrogant." Philip snorted coldly, and then took the initiative to attack the Red Chain Snake. The two men soon started fighting together, but since Philip could be Slit's adjutant, his strength must be extremely useless. His swordsmanship was extremely powerful, and he was superior to the Red Chain Snake in both speed and strength. The Red Chain Snake's iron body was unable to defend against the opponent's sword pressure. When Ashen saw that the Red Chain Snake was at a disadvantage, he immediately came to help, because he discovered that Philip in front of him seemed to be the strongest navy except for Slit. "Red-banded snake, are you okay?" Ashen asked the red-banded snake. "It's okay, be careful, this guy is very strong." The Red Chain Snake's face was solemn. He felt that the strength of Philip in front of him was much stronger than Ashen. Sure enough, the ocean is huge. She used to think that Ashen was the most powerful man she had ever seen, but after going out to sea, she discovered that there are many people in the world who are more powerful than Ashen, and the navy officer in front of her is just a rear admiral. Humph, two of them. And both of them are special ability users. It's a bit troublesome. However, since you all used the abilities of devil fruits, it would seem like I was looking down on you if I didn't use my abilities. As he spoke, Philip's body began to change. Black hair began to grow on his body, and he gradually turned into a black gorilla. This guy is also a devil fruit user. Red Chain Snake's face looked even uglier. Although the two had not fought for a long time, Red Chain Snake had already understood the strength of the marine in front of her. However, she did not expect that the power he had just displayed was not his limit. After the transformation, Philip's height increased from less than 2 meters to 3 meters. He said in a cold voice, "Animal system, man-ape fruit chimpanzee form." And Ashen also felt the opponent's powerful aura, and understood why the Roxas pirates in Kowloon Town were wiped out. In addition to Vice Admiral Slit, there was such a powerful existence in the Navy this time. Red Chain Snake, be careful, this guy is very strong. Ashen said with a grim expression. Philip looked at Ashen and Red Chain Snake, and sneered, "A few years ago, I was also a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but I was demoted because I made some mistakes. However, if I can successfully arrest you this time, then it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a Vice Admiral of the headquarters again. We are not so easy to arrest." The Red Chain Snake smiled coldly, and then took the initiative to attack Philip. As for Darius and Sleet, after more than 3 hours of fighting, Darius became more and more familiar with the ability to predict the future with his observation haki, but he was still inferior to Philip. Moreover, as his injuries continued to increase, his blood loss also continued to increase, and his physical energy was consumed faster and faster. Now, looking at Philip, he was a little dizzy. "I'm so tired. Is this the candidate for general? He's too strong." Darius gripped the axe tightly, and the blood on his palm flowed down the axe handle. "Even if your subordinates come now, they can't change the current situation." Slit roared and rushed towards Darius again, not giving Darius any chance to breathe. Although for an awakened person like him with animal-type abilities, the longer the time drags on, the more advantageous it will be for him, but it is not the case for the rest of the soldiers. They do not have animal-type abilities and do not have such good physical strength. They have just fought with the Roxas pirates for several hours, and now the reinforcements of the Roxas pirates have arrived. It can be said that they are holding on with exhausted bodies. If the time drags on, the casualties will increase a lot, so Slit intensified the attack and wanted to get rid of Darius as quickly as possible. Facing Slitter's attack, Darius was seriously injured at this time, and his physical strength was severely depleted. Even defense became very difficult. After all, he was not Straw Hat Luffy, and Sleeter was not Katakuri. Although Darius has the system, he does not have the halo of the protagonist, nor does he have the health locking hook. After nearly 4 hours of high-intensity fighting, or one-sided beatings, he did gradually figure out the ability to predict the future with observation haki, but he was also seriously injured. As an awakened animal-type ability user, Sleet has extremely strong physical strength and recovery ability. If he continues to fight, he will have little chance of winning. Moreover, Darius was being stared at closely by Slit. Even if he wanted to kill some marines to level up, he couldn't do it. Slit's speed and strength were superior to his. He simply couldn't get rid of him to kill the remaining soldiers, not even though he was only a few hundred experience points away from leveling up. Damn it! I have to find a way to upgrade. Only after upgrading can I break the current situation. Darius thought to himself. Although he could choose to retreat, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if he wanted to retreat, Darius could have retreated long ago. Darius did not want to choose to retreat until the last moment. "Captain, we are here to help you." At this time, Crocodile came over with several officers. Crocodile looked at Slit and said angrily, "Damn Navy, you are the ones who killed my brother. Today I want you to pay for my brother's life." Darius heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his men finally coming to support him. Crocodile came to Darius' side and looked at Darius, who had been beaten into a pig-like face with holes all over his body. He was very surprised. Was this still the Darius he knew? The other cotters, Chinjai, Huanglong, Kuangfeng, and Lightning were also shocked. Darius wiped the blood off his face and told Crocodile and the others, "Hold him for a while, I'll deal with the rest." Listening to Darius' words, Crocodile and the others also showed a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. I can't say how much more it will take, but it should be no problem in a few minutes." Darius listened and turned away. He was only a few hundred experience points away from leveling up, so he had to level up quickly. "Damn it, don't try to escape." Slit wanted to chase him, but Crocodile and others would not give him the chance and immediately attacked Slit. "A bunch of trash, get out of here!" Slater roared angrily. He couldn't let Darius escape. This guy was too strong. If he let him escape this time, it would be even more difficult to defeat him next time. After Darius got rid of Slit, he growled, "Kill them all!" Chapter 55. Upgrade, a new round of fierce battle. When fighting with Slit, Darius used almost all of his skills, and only his innate skill, the Great Killing, which could restore blood, was left. The reason was simple, because the Great Killing required injuring the enemy before it could absorb the enemy's blood to heal the wound. Soon, Darius rushed into the crowd, and the black axe Black Cut began to chop quickly. The axe energy knocked down the navy one by one. After killing them, the blood flowing from their bodies did not spill on the ground, but reversed in the center of the earth and flew towards Darius's axe Black Cut, and quickly merged into the Black Cut. After a red light flashed on the Black Cut, it completely absorbed the blood and began to heal Darius' injuries. That axe is actually absorbing blood. What kind of ability is this? Is that axe a demon sword? No, is it a demon axe? No matter what, don't get hit by him. The navy also shouted loudly at this time. Darius had a cold look in his eyes as he quickly moved among the navy, reaping lives at a rapid pace. "Don't be so arrogant, Darius." At this moment, two navy captains rushed towards Darius. A flash of scarlet observation haki appeared in Darius' eyes. After predicting the trajectory of their attack, he quickly chopped down with an axe, chopping off the heads of the two navy captains. The navy was also furious at this time, and said angrily, "Damn it! Brothers, attack together! Darius has been seriously injured by Vice Admiral Slit. Now is the time to make achievements. As long as he is killed, the others will collapse without a fight." Looking at the navy charging towards him, Darius curled up a sinister smile. Among all the navy, he didn't take anyone except Slit seriously. What's more, he was now using the killing all around, which not only restored health but also earned experience points. He rushed into the navy and started killing everyone. On the other side, Slit shot a finger gun through Cheng Hai's neck, and Cheng Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. This cotter, who was one of the 4 admirals in the Roxas pirates, was easily killed by Slit, and he couldn't even resist. Slit snorted coldly and looked at the people lying on the ground, each of them breathing in more than out. He stepped over their bodies and suddenly someone grabbed his trouser leg. Slit looked down and found that it was a crocodile that grabbed his trouser leg. Suddenly, Slit's eyes turned cold. He raised his foot and stomped hard on the crocodile's head. In an instant, the crocodile's head exploded like a watermelon, and brain matter and blood mixed together. Slit ignored these people, turned to look at Darius, then rushed over and kicked Darius hard, but Darius also reacted quickly. A flash of red light of observation appeared in his eyes. He quickly stepped back, avoided Slit's attack, turned around and killed the rest of the people. Slit looked at Darius's actions and said angrily, "Boy, don't you plan to fight me?" Darius ignored him and continued to chop at the rest of the navy. At this time, a navy captain said loudly, "Lieutenant General, Darius's axe is very strange. His axe can absorb blood, and after the axe absorbs the blood, it seems to be able to heal his injuries." "What did you say?" Slit's eyes widened when he heard this. Could it be that his axe had also eaten some devil fruit? Or was this also one of the abilities of the Yamata no Orokai fruit? Thinking of this, Slit's face became even uglier, and he had to stop him no matter what. Darius looked at Slit, who was catching up with him, and shouted to the pirate, "Stop him and buy me some time." "Yes." After listening to Darius's order, the pirates chose to take the initiative to deal with Slater. They knew that they might lose their lives if they dealt with Slater, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, but as pirates, they had already hung their heads on their belts. If they could fight with the Vice Admiral of the Navy, it would be worth it even if they died. Finally, after killing a naval lieutenant, Darius finally upgraded and heard the familiar system voice saying, "My sword is thirsty. Mundo, go wherever you want." Ding, the level is raised to level 10, and new skills are unlocked. The passive skill of the barbarian King Trindamir, Battle Fury, the R skill of the Zon Madman Dr. Mundo is unlocked, the ultimate dose, Final Battle, Battle Fury, Darius gains 5 rage points for each attack, up to a maximum of 100 rage points. Each rage point increases the critical strike chance by 0.4%, up to a maximum of 40%. No cooldown. Ultimate dose, last stand. Darius will continue to recover 70% of his maximum health in 110 minutes. Cooldown, days. Seeing these two skills, Darius was ecstatic. What a magical skill! No, it should be said that these two skills are exactly what Darius needs the most right now. Now he has been severely injured by Slit, and now there is a skill for a last-ditch battle. Then, Darius saw his attribute panel. Darius, 26 years old. Level 10, required experience points to level 11, 17/experience points, gold coins, 22. Innate skills, bleeding, massive destruction, cooling time 5 hours, crippling strike, cooling time 1 hour, ruthless iron hands, Noxian guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills, natural phantom, cooling time 2 hours, destiny, cooling time 180 days, call of destiny, cooling time 150 hours, long step to God, demonic sublimation, cooling time 100 days, phantom, cooling time 100 hours, reincarnation, cooling time 140 days, battle fury, last stand, cooling time 110 days. Talents, grasp of the undying, cooldown 4 hours, conqueror, second wind. Summoner skills, mark, cooling time 48 hours, flash, cooling time 300 hours, barrier, cooling time 240 hours, purification, cooling time 240 hours. Equipment column, detective guard, cooling time 240 hours, divine perspective, cooling time 180 hours, black spear, heart steel, cooling time 30 hours, thorn vest. Without hesitation, Darius immediately used his skill to fight a desperate battle. He immediately felt the pain in his body begin to recover rapidly. Bursts of green light emerged from his body, quickly healing Darius' injuries. The surrounding navy and pirates were also shocked when they saw this scene. What is this? Darius' body is glowing. And his injuries are recovering very quickly. At this time, Darius felt that his injuries were recovering. Although the feeling of fatigue had not disappeared, at least as his injuries recovered, his spirits also became much better. However, Darius did not stop. He needed to stack up his battle rage first and then face Slit with his strongest attitude. At this time, Slit also noticed the changes in Darius, and his face became even gloomier. He didn't understand what kind of power Darius had, or whether he had hidden his trump card from the beginning. This made Slit feel more and more uneasy. After Slit had gotten rid of all the pirates around him, he came to Darius again. He found that Darius' injuries had all healed. He was shirtless, and all the holes on his body that he had poked with his finger gun had disappeared without even a scar, as if nothing had happened before. However, the blood on his body showed that Darius was indeed seriously injured before. Slit was more serious than ever before. What kind of ability do you have? You can actually recover all the injuries. After Darius recovered from his injury, he twisted his neck slightly and said, "You don't need to know this. To be honest, this is the first time I've been forced into this situation." "No, it can't be said to be the first time. 8 years ago, when I was in the Rocks Pirates, Kaido also forced me into a desperate situation. Fighting with you has taught me a lot. Thank you very much. However, I will never lose." Slit also regained his composure. He now understood why his superior asked him to capture Darius alive. If this ability to quickly heal injuries was also part of the devil fruit, then the ability of this mythical beast was too terrifying. However, could he really capture such an enemy alive? Calm down, even if his injuries have recovered, so what? I can defeat him once, and I can defeat him a second time. Slit encouraged himself in his heart. Even though Slit knew that Darius was much stronger now than before, as an awakened animal ability user, Slit was very confident in his physical strength. He could fight Darius for several days and nights. Moreover, he had just ordered his subordinates to notify the surrounding navy. He felt that this would be a protracted war. The current task was to keep Darius and not let him escape. Slit looked at Darius and said firmly, "No matter how many times you recover, the result is still the same. I admit that your observation haki has indeed improved, but unfortunately, you can't foresee the future as far as I can, and the amount of armament haki is not as much as mine. Your strength, speed, and skills are also not as good as mine. Even if you are seriously injured today, I will definitely arrest you. Then let's give it a try." Darius had recovered from all his injuries by fighting a desperate battle, and he had just killed a marine, which also filled up his battle rage to 40 points. Now his attacks had a % critical hit chance, and his attack power was greatly improved. The two fought again, and Sleet soon discovered that Darius was obviously stronger than before. He didn't know why Darius suddenly became stronger. It was not that there was a qualitative breakthrough in his domineering power, but his speed and strength were slightly stronger than before. This is the overall attribute enhancement brought about by Darius' upgrade. Although Darius cannot see his own attributes on the attribute panel, the enhancement after the upgrade is indeed an increase. The two men remained quite calm in their battle. If one wanted to maximize the observation haki that could foresee the future, one had to be calm enough. Darius' observation haki had grown greatly in the past few hours, but it was still slightly inferior to Slit's observation haki. But at least he was not passive anymore. His current observation haki could already compete with Slit's observation haki. Chapter 56. Disastrous Failure. The fierce battle between the two sides continued for a long time in the sky above Kowloon town. The confrontation between the navy and the Roxas pirates was like an endless storm, devouring the lives and wills of the soldiers on both sides. From the first light of dawn to the deep night, and from the starry sky to the morning glow, during this long day and night, the battlefield became a symphony of death and courage, and every minute and every second witnessed unyielding and sacrifice. Soldiers on both sides were exhausted, with tired but determined light flashing in their eyes. In this chaos, the contest between Darius and Slit was particularly eye-catching. Darius thought that he could easily win with his upgraded strength and awakened precognitive haki, but now he was covered with wounds and his breathing was as heavy as a drum. He looked at Slit opposite him and whispered in admiration, "Your physical strength is beyond imagination. As an awakened animal-type devil fruit, your recovery ability is also amazing." Originally, Darius thought that his strength was enough to defeat Slit, however, the substitute admiral's physique and quick recovery far exceeded his expectations. Even though Darius had recovered from his injuries with the skill Last Stand, after a whole day of brutal fighting, Slit, the awakener of animal-type abilities, was still as energetic as the rising sun. On the other hand, Darius's domineering aura and physical strength gradually became insufficient, making it difficult for him to maintain the high-intensity confrontation. In order to defeat Slit, Darius gave it his all, pouring out every skill and every bit of strength without reservation, but even so, the balance of victory did not tilt towards him. At this moment, Slit's face became more gloomy, and his heart was surging with incredible waves. Since yesterday, he has always had the upper hand. Even after Darius used an unknown ability to recover from his injuries and his strength increased a lot, Slit had never been at a disadvantage. But he had never expected that the strength and perseverance of this pirate was far beyond his expectations. Although he was in such an unfavorable situation, he never panicked at all. He was like a giant beast hidden in the deep ocean, and it was difficult to grasp his true horror. Sleet was panicking. He didn't understand why Darius could be so calm. He was obviously the one who had the upper hand all the time. The other party's calmness and indifferent eyes made Sleet realize that he must get rid of him today, otherwise he would definitely grow to the same level as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger in the future. He resolutely raised his hand and gently wiped away the blood that had inadvertently seeped from the corner of his eyebrow. The action revealed an unquestionable determination and resolve. Then, he took a deep breath, his eyes were like torches, and he declared in a deep voice, "I swear by the honor of the name of Vice Admiral of the Navy, Black Tiger, today, I bet my life and swear to bring you to justice and never let you escape the punishment of justice." After that, Slit launched another fierce attack. Each attack was carried with the force of thunder, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and determination into this contest. Facing this overwhelming attack, Darius was exhausted, but he still fought hard. He knew that after this night of fierce fighting, although he was unwilling to give up, he had to admit that Slit's strength was indeed slightly better at the moment, and the other party was also an awakened animal ability, and his physical strength and recovery ability were even stronger than his. However, Darius was not completely desperate, because he always had his own trump card. It's a pity that the demonic sublimation is in its cooldown period and cannot be used. Otherwise, with the continuous blood recovery of the demonic sublimation skill, he would definitely be able to kill Slit. Suddenly, the tranquility of the dock was torn apart by deafening gunfire. In the Roxas pirates, some pirates suddenly cried out in fear, almost screaming in despair, "It's the Navy! The Navy reinforcements have arrived!" This shout was like a heavy burden that broke the camel's back, making the pirates, who had been fighting all night and were exhausted physically and mentally, feel unprecedented pressure. Their mental and physical strength had already reached their limits, and every bit of persistence seemed so difficult. The casualties on both sides were shocking. Everyone was relying on their tenacious will to hold on, from ordinary soldiers to pirate cotters and naval lieutenants, without exception. In this brutal battle, the battle between Captain Darius of the Roxas pirates and Vice Admiral Slit, the strongest men on both sides, became the focus of all attention. Because there was no winner between them, neither the navy nor the pirates would back down. However, at this stalemate, a naval force suddenly joined in, like a huge rock thrown into the lake, instantly breaking the original balance and causing the morale of the pirates to plummet. Facing this sudden change, Darius's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting, and after a whole day of fighting, Darius was also sure that he could not kill Slit yet, and the intention to retreat that had already sprouted in his heart became more firm at this moment. Darius gritted his teeth and shouted with all his might, "Brothers, retreat! Retreat immediately!" This order seemed to be a shot of adrenaline for all the pirates. They all rushed towards the pirate ship anchored not far away as if they had been pardoned. "That's all for today. Let's leave our victory to next time." Darius kept a safe distance from Slit while retreating. There was a hint of unwillingness in his words, but also expectations for the future. When Slit heard this, his face became even colder. He stared coldly at Darius back. Darius was younger than him, and his devil fruit was stronger than his tiger fruit. He still had a lot of room to grow. On the contrary, he had almost reached the limit of his growth. He said coldly, "Do you think you can escape from the battlefield if you want to?" Darius's mouth drew a cold smile, and then he turned and ran away. If he hadn't awakened the future foreseeing observation haki, it would have been difficult to escape. However, at this moment, he had mastered the power of foreseeing the future. Although his foreseeing power was slightly inferior to Slit's, retreating had become easy for him. Seeing this, Slit followed without hesitation and started to chase. However, the gap in strength between the two men had quietly narrowed. Facing this scene, Darius was not only fearless, but even more calm. At the same time, Ashen and the others followed the order and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The four of them, Ashen, Red Chain Snake, Bakoki, and Blue Crystal, worked together to fight Rear Admiral Philip to a draw. If Ashen and Red Chain Snake were the only ones, they would probably not be able to match this powerful navy. This experience made Ashen deeply aware of the gap between himself and the truly powerful people in this vast ocean. He knew that at his age, his strength had reached its peak, and in the next few years, his strength would be difficult to improve or even decrease. The same was true for Bakugui. Time was unforgiving, and Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal still had room for growth. Once the order to retreat was given, the members of the Roxas pirates responded quickly and evacuated the battlefield. In this life and death race, pirates who were weak or seriously injured unfortunately became the objects of abandonment. In this cruel ocean, the law of survival is cruel and ruthless. Only by running faster can you avoid becoming the next victim. After several hours of hasty escape, the once glorious fleet of the Roxas pirates had been reduced from 56 warships to only 7 broken ships, each of which bore the scars of baptism by fire, like lonely souls drifting in the sea. After listening to the detailed reports from his subordinates, Ashen's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. He sighed softly, and it seemed that even the air was filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster. "Ah God!" At this moment, a low and cold voice broke the temporary tranquility. The person who came was Darius. Although Darius was covered with bruises and tightly wrapped in bandages at this moment, he still stood with steady steps, revealing an indescribable tenacity and strength. "Captain!" Ashen turned around quickly, his eyes full of awe and complexity. The thrilling duel with Philip made him deeply aware of the insurmountable gap between himself and Darius. Even with the Red Chain Snake, he could not shake Philip in the slightest, and Philip was just a deputy general under Slit. Thinking of this, Ashen could not help but be shocked by Darius's feat of fighting Slit alone and remaining undefeated. He believed that Darius would become even stronger in the future, but what about himself? He was already 46 years old, and his strength was still at its peak. In a few years, would he be able to keep up with Darius? Darius had no idea what he was thinking, so he asked, "Have you figured it out? How many people were lost?" Darius went straight to the point, his tone revealing unquestionable majesty. Ah Shen's expression darkened instantly, and he replied solemnly, "We only have about 2,000 people left, and the Cotter team has also suffered heavy losses. Except for me, Red Chain Snake, Explosion Ghost, Blue Crystal, Strange Crow, Emerald, and Black and White Impermanence, the rest of the brothers have fallen into the hands of the Navy, and their lives are unknown." Darius felt mixed emotions when he heard this. Although Darius always said that the strong survive and the weak die, which is the law of this sea, he has been with these people for several years after all. He knew very well that the Navy had also come out in full force this time, with 23 warships, more than 10,000 elite soldiers, and elite troops sent by the headquarters to help, so their military strength was no less than that of Roxas. However, the final tragic defeat was still hard for Darius to accept. He originally thought that he could defeat Sleater, but he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the strength of Sleater, the candidate for the Navy Admiral. Chapter 57. New Bounty. At this moment, the crew on the ship were generally immersed in an unprecedented atmosphere of depression. From the former Tenho gang to the current Roxas pirates, in all their years of sailing, this was the first time they had suffered such a tragic defeat. After the battle, only 1 in 10 survived, and the rest either died heroically or surrendered helplessly. The cruelty of fate was heartbreaking. Darius looked deeply at the depressed pirates in front of him. After all, the Roxas pirates had always been smooth sailing since they went to sea. When had they ever suffered such a blow? This time, they had directly lost 90% of the Roxas pirates' forces. It was an absolute disastrous defeat. Darius looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, there is no need to indulge in grief. Although we lost this time, I have said it before, the strong survive and the weak die. Those people are just too weak, but I will not settle this account with them. Sooner or later, I will kill that guy Slit. When we were in Burrow City, I warned you from the beginning to the end that the sea is cruel and merciless, and follows the iron law of the survival of the fittest. From the moment you stepped on the pirate ship, you should have a deep understanding of this. Those brothers who passed away were eliminated because of their lack of strength or bad luck. Although it is heartbreaking, this is also a manifestation of the law of nature. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. Therefore, if you want to survive on this sea, keep getting stronger." After hearing this, the confusion and sadness in the pirates' eyes gradually faded, replaced by a gleam of perseverance. After following Darius for many years, they knew the boss's ruthlessness and determination. He firmly believed in the law of the jungle and had no sympathy for the weak. Only by making unremitting efforts and becoming a truly strong person can one win respect and the right to survive. That's right, we should have known this the day we set out to sea. No matter what, we believe that the captain can lead us to victory. That's right, the captain is the strongest, we will definitely win next time. All of a sudden, the pirates became excited. They did lose this time, but Darius did not lose. If it weren't for the final support from the Navy, they believed that Darius would definitely defeat Slit. This is because the crew of a pirate group have blind confidence in the strength of their captain, because their captain is too strong. For them, Darius's strength is already a belief, and they have regarded Darius as a god. They don't believe that Darius will lose. Even if they suffered heavy losses this time, it was only because they were too weak and held the captain back. "Very good, now you are my subordinate." Darius nodded, and then instructed Ah Shen beside him, "The next matters will be left to you. I'm going to take a rest and recover my strength." "Yes, Captain." Ah Shen responded respectfully. Although he had fought for a day and a night and was exhausted, he knew that he had a heavy responsibility. Although Darius was the captain, he would not handle everything. He only had one thing to do, which was to give orders. When he entered his room, he saw Li Yulai carefully wrapping the last bandage around the wound of the red chain snake. Her movements were gentle and focused. Noticing Darius's return, Li Yulai stood up immediately, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she opened her red lips and said softly, "Master, you are back." Hearing this, Darius's mouth corners unconsciously lifted up, outlining a satisfied smile. He slowly walked towards Li Yulai, stretched out his arms, and embraced her in his arms. He was very happy that Li Yulai was still alive, and whispered in admiration, "It's unbelievable, little Li Yulai, you actually survived that war, which surprised and delighted me." Li Yulai leaned on Darius's solid chest, with a gentle smile on her face. She whispered, "Talking about her luck, all this is thanks to your foresight in building that secret cabin compartment. If not, I would have fallen into the hands of the navy and I would never see you again. Darius also held Li Yulai gently. When building the Iron Blood, Darius had thought about how to build a secret compartment for his vases to hide safely. It seemed that it came in handy. Li Yulai and the others who stayed on the Iron Blood all survived successfully. Darius gently kissed Li Yulai's smooth forehead, without saying much, but hugged Li Yulai tighter, and then hugged the red chain snake and led them to the bed. After a day and night of fierce fighting, his body was extremely tired and in urgent need of rest. The softness of the big bed instantly enveloped the three of them. Darius closed his eyes, and his tired body and mind were completely relaxed at this moment, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. In the waters of Zhuolong Town, the navy is facing many things. They have arrested more than 20,000 members of the Roxas pirates, which is far more than in the past. However, behind this huge number, there is a more complicated truth. There are many innocent people among them. They were innocent residents of some free villages and towns, but unfortunately they were abducted by the Roxas pirates and became their tools for evil. All of this undoubtedly increased the workload and moral considerations of the navy. As a navy, they need to distinguish between real pirates and innocent civilians, and they are also responsible for escorting these civilians back to their hometowns safely. These are time-consuming and laborious tasks, but they have to do it. Vice Admiral Slit was well aware of the seriousness of the situation. He did not slack off at all and immediately reported the details of the operation to the Navy headquarters through Den Den Mushi. Marshal Sora, as you have heard, the situation is complicated and difficult. Although we have successfully captured a large number of pirates, unfortunately, the target person, Captain Darius of the Roxas pirates, is still at large. It is my fault that I failed to arrest him this time. Marshal Sora's calm and comforting voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Vice Admiral Slit, you don't need to blame yourself too much. The Roxas pirates are so powerful that no other pirate group in the West Sea can match them. It is a great blessing for the Navy that you can achieve such results under such a difficult environment. We all see your efforts and contributions. Slit did not relax because of the Marshal's consolation. He continued to explain his determination in a firm tone. Marshal, I beg you to attack again. Although most of their forces have been severely damaged, the remaining forces cannot be underestimated. We cannot give them a chance to revive. We must eliminate them as soon as possible. How confident are you about this operation? Marshal Kong's voice was solemn. As long as I can find their location, I will have a 70% chance of arresting him. Of course, if I can mobilize the Navy of the West Sea to assist me, then the chance should be 90%. Slit replied after thinking for a moment. He was well aware of Darius's strength and had also witnessed his talent. If he was not dealt with sooner rather than later, he would become a huge threat to the entire world. Also, Marshal, I must emphasize that Darius's threat is far more than the 500 million berries indicated in the bounty. His cruelty and cunning have led him to commit all kinds of evil at sea, so I think his bounty must be increased. Marshal Kong thought for a moment after hearing this, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. As for the Roxas pirates, I'll leave it to you. Make sure to arrest the Roxas pirates. If necessary, you can execute the pirates on the spot without arresting them. Yes, Marshal. 5 days passed slowly, and with the gentle breeze and the sparkling sea, Darius' body gradually recovered its former strength after sufficient rest. During these quiet and fulfilling days, the Roxas pirates continued to soar over the vast ocean like an unruly seagull. At this moment, on the bow of the Iron Blood, Darius sat upright like a pine tree, his legs lightly crossed, his eyes slightly lowered, and he was concentrating on practicing his observation haki. In the past 5 days, he had been tirelessly exploring this power that could predict the future, striving to master it to perfection in order to cope with Slit's next challenge. Just as he was immersed in the tranquility and surge of power in his heart, the red-chained snake approached quietly, holding a roll of newspaper in his hand, and said with a bit of excitement, Master, the latest news is that your bounty has risen again. Darius slowly opened his eyes after hearing this, and took the newspaper from the red-chained snake, focusing on the eye-catching number. Oh, this bounty, how can you not even give an integer? It's so boring. It's not hard to detect his slight ridicule and helplessness towards this imperfection. The newspaper clearly read, Axe, Darius, the bounty is as high as 8 million berries. Only 9,990 berries away from 10 million, which makes people feel obsessive-compulsive. Moreover, Darius could not help but feel a little disgusted with the title Big Axe. In his opinion, this title was a complete disdain for him. It did not have the slightest domineering aura, but rather seemed a bit stiff and rigid. He secretly thought that when he faced the Navy next time, he would definitely raise objections to them and ask them to change his title. If they did not agree, he would kill them until they agreed. Just as Darius was immersed in his own thoughts, the voice of the red chain snake sounded again, interrupting his reverie. Not only that, Master, this time our entire pirate group has also been recognized for the bounty. As she spoke, she took out several bounty notices from her arms and showed them to Darius one by one. Agamai, the vice-captain of the Roxas pirates, with a bounty of 1 million baileys. Red Chain Snake, a leader of the Roxas pirates, with a bounty of 1 million baileys. Kai Crow, a leader of the Roxas pirates, bounty of 8,800 million berries. Emerald, Roxas pirates leader, bounty 7,400 million baileys. Baki, a leader of the Roxas pirates, bounty of 8,100 million berries. Blue Crystal, Roxas pirates leader, bounty 5,600 million baileys. Kuang Long, a member of the Roxas pirates, 4,400 million baileys. Black Impermanence, a leader of the Roxas pirates, bounty of 5,000 million baileys. Bai Vuchang, a leader of the Roxas pirates, bounty of 5,000 million baileys. Chapter 58. Recruiting the Sky Pirates. After reviewing the bounties of the Cotters, Darius couldn't help but sigh, his tone revealing a bit of helplessness and worry. This setback is indeed costly and heartbreaking. Recruiting ordinary pirates may not be difficult, but finding those pirates who are truly capable is like finding a needle in a haystack, which is extremely difficult. In Darius's eyes, recruiting ordinary crew members was a piece of cake, and they could easily gather a large group. However, powerful pirates were not only rare in number, but also needed to be identified with a more cautious attitude. After all, as pirates, who can guarantee that those newly joined strongmen are not undercover agents planted by the Navy or the world government? Darius has suffered losses in this regard before. Then, Darius's eyes fell on the red chain snake beside him, and he said in a somewhat joking tone, "Speaking of which, your strength is now among the best in the Roxas pirates, firmly in the third place." Facing the master's praise, the red chain snake raised a humble and warm smile. She shook her head gently and responded, "Master, you are too kind. I know that my strength is limited. Especially after the last battle with the Navy warrior named Philip, I have a clearer understanding of my position and shortcomings. Over the years, thanks to the Master's guidance and protection, I have been able to step out of my original narrow world and see a wider world. Otherwise, I might still be just a short-sighted, self-righteous gangster." The red-banded snake continued to ask with a more serious attitude at this moment, "Master, I wonder what your plans are next." Darius gently hugged the red chain snake's waist and looked into the distance at the sea. His eyes were deep and his tone was firm and unquestionable. "I have already drawn up a blueprint. There is a treasure hidden in the New World. The terrain of that place is typical of being easy to defend and difficult to attack. It also produces a large amount of sea stone mines. However, that country advocates the use of force, so it is not easy to seize it. Before that, our first task is to accumulate strength." Upon hearing this, the red-banded snake nodded. Although she knew nothing about the specific situation of the treasure land that Darius mentioned, she knew that there was no need to ask more questions and she just had to follow her master's steps. In the days that followed, the Roxas pirates began to recruit pirate forces across the West Sea like an unstoppable torrent. Now, with the release of a new round of bounty orders, the reputation of the Roxas pirates has become even more invincible in the West Sea. No pirate group is a match for the Roxas pirates, let alone Darius. Even Asami, the bounty of Red Chain Snake, is second only to Darius in the West Sea. During this period, naval warships were also dispatched. However, facing the provocation and pursuit of the Navy, Darius would not choose to back down. He directly ordered to defeat the naval forces that dared to appear around him one by one. As for Slit, the vice-admiral who once defeated the Roxas pirates in Kowloon town, he seemed to have disappeared during this period of time and no trace of him could be found. Darius was surprised, but he didn't care too much. After all, as his demonic sublimation skill cooled down again, he was ready for any challenge. Even if he faced Slit head-on again, Darius believed that he would not lose to him again. In August of the Kaiyan calendar 1492, 4 months had passed since Darius set sail, and the tragic defeat that happened more than a month ago had receded like the tide. During this period, the Roxas pirates had recruited many pirates and added a lot of fresh blood. During this period of seemingly calm but actually turbulent days, although the Navy did not launch a direct attack on the Roxas pirates, its surveillance network became increasingly tighter. Not only did it not decrease, but it increased instead. Every day, around the Roxas pirates, one can always spot the ghostly figure of a Navy reconnaissance ship cruising, in addition to which there are also underwater reconnaissance boats. Whether it is a scout ship or a reconnaissance boat, they all maintain a delicate and safe distance from the pirate group. These reconnaissance forces are like invisible shackles, making the pirate group members feel unprecedented oppression and helplessness. Although they are full of anger and eager to catch these snoopers in one fell swoop, the high speed of the reconnaissance ship and the diving characteristics of the reconnaissance boat make such an idea unattainable. At most, they can barely drive them away without causing any substantial harm. However, facing the increasingly close surveillance of the Navy, Ashen, as the vice-captain and think tank of the Roxas pirates, did not sit idly by. He was well aware of the importance of intelligence, and he did not think that these naval reconnaissance ships would simply stand by and watch the show. The movements of the Roxas pirates were being monitored by the Navy, but it was a very dangerous matter, and only by taking the initiative could the deadlock be broken. Therefore, he mobilized the pirate group's outer fleet to launch a large-scale sea patrol operation to expand his own sea area. In this way, he could effectively interfere with the reconnaissance plans of the Navy reconnaissance ships and make it difficult for them to approach the core area of the Roxas pirates, thereby greatly weakening the Navy's surveillance effect. After all, the reconnaissance ships were too fast and there were too many of them. Even if the pirate ship wanted to sink them, it would not be able to catch up with them. Today, the sun shines on the Marble Island in the West Sea, which was originally the base camp of the West Sea Iron Wall pirates. But just yesterday, the island was occupied by the Roxas pirates, and the so-called Iron Wall pirates no longer exists. Just as Darius was preparing to set sail today, he received an extraordinary visitor. Ha ha ha, Darius, it's been a long time. Back then, you were a little guy following behind me, and now you're a captain. It really makes me feel so much emotion. Kang's laughter was hearty and full of provocation. He strode closer, his eyes showing both nostalgia for his old friend and keen insight into the current situation. Darius, a former unknown trainee in the Rox pirates, has now transformed into the undisputed overlord of the West Sea. He sits on the luxurious sofa in the pirates' headquarters, his eyes revealing a sharp edge. At this moment, his eyes met with an uninvited guest, an old friend who was more than 10 years older than him, Kang, one of the 10 captains of the flying pirates. The bounty on his head was a staggering 7 million Baileys. His strength was at its peak, and his smile hid a bit of unruliness and cunning. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on Darius's lips. He knew very well that Kang, his former predecessor, had a purpose in mind for this trip. But recalling that when he was a trainee in the Rox pirates, the relationship between the two was still very good. Darius spoke slowly, his voice cold but somewhat playful. Yes, time flies, and the senior seems to have aged. I heard that you are now the captain of the Haiku pirates. I wonder why such a big shot like you suddenly visited the West Sea. I'm afraid it's not just to reminisce about the past, right? Kang's smile became even brighter, as if everything was under control. Haha, Darius, don't be so formal. We were companions after all. Seeing that Kang didn't talk about business, Darius also chatted with him. Indeed. Looking back on that time, it was really great. Kang was also a little surprised that Darius would actually talk about the Rox pirates. You know, the Rox pirates are not a good place. There are no good memories there. Everyone on the ship is arrogant, so they eventually disintegrated. He grinned and said, Haha, Darius, why are you suddenly so smooth? We are pirates, so we won't do this. Darius also had a cold face, then just say it directly. I don't like beating around the bush. It's best to speak directly. Kang was also not slow. As a pirate, he did not like to be polite. However, after all, the two had not seen each other for 8 years, so he pretended to be polite. Seeing Darius said so, he also smiled and said, It's great. To be honest, I am here on the commission of our Captain Shiji. He has high praise for you, a rising star. After all, we were on the same ship and partners in the same squad. So, he specifically asked me to recruit you. However, on the way here, I heard the news that your bounty has soared again. It seems that you have really made great achievements in the West Sea and done many earth-shaking things. The young are really formidable. After saying this, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly became subtle and tense, and there seemed to be a sense of tension in the air. Hi, are you mocking me? Darius' words revealed obvious dissatisfaction. He looked at Erkang sharply and continued, my experience in Zhulong town was simply horrible. Most of my men unfortunately fell into the hands of the navy. For me, it was a disastrous defeat. That's because your opponent is Slit, a candidate for Admiral of the Navy. The fact that you were able to escape from him has already proved your strength. Erkang said in a serious tone. Darius said calmly, proof? I don't need to prove my strength to anyone. I just know that next time I meet Slit, I will defeat him. Erkang looked at Darius, his tone was firm, without any hesitation, Darius, don't linger in this small world of the West Sea. Your ability and potential are far more than this. Join our Sky Pirates. Many partners of the former 2nd Division now hold important positions in the Sky Pirates. With your strength, as long as you join, I guarantee that you will at least be a captain. Moreover, you are younger than all of us. The new world is where you can show your talents. Of course, your subordinates can also join with you. Darius heard this and sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Stop dreaming about that unrealistic dream. I am the captain of the Roxas pirates now, how could I easily join Shiki's army? Erkang's face darkened slightly, and he was obviously surprised and dissatisfied with Darius's answer, are you serious? Darius's eyes became deep and complicated. He spoke slowly, and every word hit people's hearts like a hammer, how can such a thing be false? How can I change my original intentions so easily? Over the years, I have been accumulating strength to return to the new world all the time. Now I have become the captain of a ship. If we meet in the new world in the future, we will be enemies by then. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. The members of the Haiku pirates and the Roxas pirates were all on edge, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if even the air was about to freeze. Both sides were fully prepared, and as long as the order was given, an inevitable fierce battle would begin. Chapter 59. Rejection. After hearing this, Erkang's eyes instantly focused on Darius. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts, making the air around him extremely heavy, as if even breathing required more effort. Then, he burst into a hearty laugh, and the sound echoed in the empty space, revealing a sense of relief and expectation, ha 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 ha, it's true. I already knew all this. Darius looked back at Erkang calmly, his deep eyes showing past friendship and today's decision. The two had a very good relationship in the Rox Pirates before, and Darius knew that Erkang was very powerful. After all, it was Erkang who taught him observation haki and armament haki when he was in the Rox Pirates. Therefore, Darius had a clear understanding of Erkang's strength. At this moment, Darius spoke slowly, with a hint of complex emotions in his tone, so, next, with Shiji's character, will he kill those who refuse his recruitment? After these words were spoken, the members of the Roxas pirates suddenly became serious and tightened their weapons. Erkang heard this and gently spread his hands, with a look of helplessness and regret on his face. If Shiji came to recruit you in person and you refused, he would probably kill you, but I am not him. Besides, I can see that you have become much stronger now. Even if I want to kill you, it won't be that easy. Darius remained calm and said coldly, if you want to kill me, I will kill you without mercy, even if you were my teacher when I was an intern. When these words were spoken, the people in the Roxas pirates were even more surprised. I've already told you that I won't do anything to you. Erkang spread his hands again, with a helpless look on his face. In fact, I had foreseen your refusal long before I set out on this journey. Besides, I've also heard that although your pirate group was defeated in that fierce battle with the navy, being able to escape from a strong man like Slit is enough to prove your extraordinariness. However, I still hope you can reconsider. If you yearn for freedom, we will not restrict your freedom. The door of the Fekong pirates is always open to you. You can borrow the flag of the Fekong pirates to continue your voyage on this sea. As young as you are, you should know how to keep a low profile so that you can go far and steady. Hearing this, Darius raised a confident and determined smile and looked at Erkang with a sharp gaze. Senior Erkang, I appreciate your words. But today, I am no longer the pirate trainee I used to be. When I founded the pirate group, I had only one goal, and that was to be the strongest in the world. I will defeat all enemies along the way, including you. Oh, okay. Erkang couldn't help but smile in appreciation when he heard that. He then stood up, his tone more resolute. In that case, I won't force it. But remember, the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Goodbye. After that, he turned around and was about to leave, leading his troops to leave. Wait a minute. Darius suddenly spoke, interrupting Erkang who was about to leave. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense again. The members of the Roxas pirates were even ready to draw their swords. Erkang looked at Darius calmly and asked, anything else? Or do you plan to leave all of us here? As soon as Erkang finished speaking, the pirates under his command put their hands on their weapons. As pirates from the New World, they did not take these rookie pirates from the West Sea seriously. Darius smiled and said, no, I just want to say that we might be enemies the next time we meet. So, we should cherish this reunion even more. Let's have a party. Erkang was stunned for half a second after hearing this, then he laughed and said, ha ha ha, all right, brothers, let's have the party. The members of the Roxas pirates were a little confused when they saw this scene. They were on the verge of a fight just now, so why were they having a banquet together now? However, the bosses of both sides had agreed to hold a banquet, and the rest of the people had to attend. Soon, the banquet began, and Darius and Erkang sat together to drink like they did in the Rox Pirates. Just like in the past, after 2 glasses of wine, they began to talk about what happened to both sides over the years. Erkang listened to Darius past and grinned, haha, so that's how it is. In the Battle of God Valley, you also obtained a devil fruit. No wonder you are so strong now. Then he praised, you are much more stable than Kaido. After he gained power, he started to challenge strong people all over the world. He was caught by the navy once, but fortunately he escaped later. Darius was drinking, and now his face was a little red. He smiled and said, Shiki is still as strong as before. He was already very strong before he ate the float fruit. After eating the float fruit, he became even more abnormal. Erkang still didn't give up, and took advantage of the alcohol to invite him again. Darius, are you really not going to consider it? Shiki has inherited most of the territory of the Rox pirates and is now the strongest pirate in the New World. Maybe he is slightly inferior to the Rox pirates at their peak, but with your help, he may really surpass the Rox pirates in the future. Darius still shook his head and refused, forget it. There is no need to talk about this matter anymore. Come, let's continue drinking. The next time we meet will be on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, that's true. Let's drink while we can, come on. The 2 men clinked their glasses again and drank the wine in big gulps. As pirates, they were all very pure, especially Erkang. He had always been a pirate and understood the cruelty of the sea even better. In the West Sea, the town of Mermans is an important town in the West Sea and a key node connecting the great waterways of the West Sea. Now, Lieutenant General Slit is temporarily stationed in the town of Mermans, because Slit knows that Darius will enter the Grand Line sooner or later. Instead of chasing him all over the world, it is better to wait here for him to come. If Darius escapes when we chase him and goes to the Grand Line, it will be much more difficult to chase him. However, Slit received some very bad news today. Erkang, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Flying Pirates, appeared in the West Sea with members of the 6th Division, and also found Darius, which made Slit feel bad. Because Slit knew that Darius was once a member of the Rox Pirates, and at that time, the captain of the Flying Pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion, was just a squad leader, and Darius happened to be a trainee pirate under Shiki the Golden Lion. Erkang, the captain of the 6th Division of the Haiku Pirates, traveled all the way to the West Sea to find Darius. His intention was very clear. If Darius really joined the Haiku Pirates, it would definitely be a huge threat to the navy. Moreover, with the existence of Erkang, the great pirate of the New World, he would have no chance of arresting Darius. Slit's strength is not afraid of either Erkang or Darius, but if the 2 pirates join forces, even he will have to think twice. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have killed him sooner. Slit felt somewhat regretful at this moment. Originally, Slit saw the Roxas pirates hunting down the other pirates of the West Sea, and Slit planned to let them fight each other. Although some pirates would join the Roxas pirates, Slit also felt that this was a good way to catch all the pirates of the West Sea in one fell swoop, so he just let the Roxas pirates hunt and recruit pirates from the West Sea. After all, for the Navy, they are not afraid of the pirates confronting them head-on, but they are afraid that these pirates will run away as soon as they meet, which is the most fatal. After escaping, the pirates will vent all their anger on the unarmed civilians, plundering towns everywhere, causing great damage and unrest to the world, so if they can follow the Roxas pirates and catch all the pirates in the West Sea, it will be a good thing for the Navy and the world. As for Erkang, after the banquet, he led his subordinates away and reported everything that happened here to Shiki. At this time, the arrogant voice of Shiki the Golden Lion came out from the den Mushi, haha, was he rejected? It seems that the little brat has grown wings now and even rejected my invitation. Erkang, why don't you just tie him up and bring him here? He actually dared to reject me. This little brat is really brave. Erkang smiled upon hearing this and said, things are different now. Darius is no longer the trainee crew member. His strength is probably not inferior to mine now. Moreover, I found that the Navy has been monitoring us. If we go to war with Darius, I am worried that the Navy will take advantage of us. Besides, he also said that he would go to the New World. If you want to recruit him, you will have plenty of opportunities after he arrives in the New World. Of course, if he dares to refuse then, it won't be as easy as it is today. The arrogant voice of Golden Lion Shiki grinned grimly, ha ha ha, that's true. After all, the West Sea is not our territory. Let's just wait for that kid to come to the New World. Then I will have to teach him a lesson about the cruelty of the New World. All right, Erkang, come back quickly. It is good. Chapter 60. News about Devil Fruit. In the Roxas pirates' camp, Darius was not in a hurry to set foot on the Grand Line. He knew that the source of strength was not only in personal bravery, but also in the overall strength of the pirate group. Therefore, he chose to slow down his pace and focus on further expanding the size of the pirate group. Even though the combat effectiveness of these new members may be uneven at first, in countless battles in the future, the laws of nature will ruthlessly screen out the truly strong ones and eliminate the weak. In this sea area, conflicts between pirates and confrontations between pirates and the Navy often rely more on numbers and strategies. Unless there is a possessor of Conqueror's Haki on the other side, the number of people determines the strength of a pirate group. Do I also have that 1 in a million Conqueror's Haki? This thought occasionally flashed through Darius' mind, but he quickly put it aside. After all, Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be acquired through acquired efforts. Although Darius has not been able to awaken the Conqueror's Haki so far, he feels that he should have it. After all, he has never thought of being someone else's subordinate from the beginning to the end. Of course, even if he didn't have the Conqueror Haki, he wouldn't feel regretful or uneasy, because he already had the powerful mythical beast ability and the League of Legends system. These powers were enough to make him the strongest person in the world. Furthermore, even those in the original work who do not have Conqueror's Haki, such as the 3 admirals, can still stand at the top of the world based on their personal strength alone, which is the best proof. In the next 2 months, the Roxas pirates launched a shocking pirate recruitment storm in the West Sea with a thunderous force. However, this so-called recruitment was actually a merger frenzy supported by absolute power. Any pirate group that dared to refuse was ruthlessly crushed by them. If they resisted, they would be killed on the spot, and the Blue Sea was stained with blood. In this unstoppable wave of expansion, the Roxas pirates quickly expanded from a low of just over 8,200 to. The most successful one was the successful annexation of the West Sea's Mad Bull pirates. The Mad Bull pirates, with a bounty of million Baileys for their captain, had warships under their command, and the number of crew members reached an astonishing. After being annihilated by the Roxas pirates, their huge forces and resources undoubtedly injected new vitality and strength into Roxas. With the rapid expansion of the military, the number of warships of the Roxas pirates also rose to 45, and in a very short time, they recovered most of their strength. Although the loyalty of the newly joined crew members has yet to be tested, for Darius, the loyalty of ordinary crew members is not very important, anyway, they are just cannon fodder. As long as the core codders such as Ashen can be loyal to him unwaveringly, it will be enough to consolidate the foundation of the entire pirate group. And Ashen happens to have management skills and rich experience, and his strength is also strong enough in the Roxas pirates. In light of the painful lessons learned from the previous fierce battle with the navy, Darius carried out drastic reforms within the Roxas pirates. The highest cadres of the pirate group are God, Red Chain Snake, Black and White Impermanence, Baki, Blue Crystal, Mad Dragon, Emerald, Crow and other trustworthy people. They are given supreme power and trust and are fully responsible for all affairs within the pirate group. As for the selection and appointment of middle and lower level cadres, full power is delegated to encourage them to cultivate and promote talents on their own, thereby stimulating the vitality and cohesion of the entire pirate group. Darius, although he has absolute power, is also happy to share power with his subordinates. He is not worried that his subordinates will unite to undermine him, because no one dares to betray him. Even if the entire pirate group rebels, Darius can kill everyone by himself. This is his absolute confidence in himself. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to rebel. Captain, there is good news. Ashen and several other members hurried into Darius' cabin, with a bit of urgency and excitement in their expressions. Just now, we intercepted a piece of intelligence. In half a month, a devil fruit trading event will be held in Giro City. Darius' eyes flashed when he heard this. He quickly sat up straight and asked, "Devil fruit? Is the information accurate?" The cookie couldn't hide his excitement and added, "It is true. It is said that the Iron Hedgehog pirates have obtained a precious devil fruit and plan to auction it publicly in Beyblade City." Darius had heard a little about the Iron Hedgehog pirates. He pondered for a moment, and said with a hint of disdain, "Iron Hedgehog pirates, it seems that their captain is a ruthless character with a bounty of more than 60 million berries, and is also on our hunting list." Jadeite further analyzed, "Indeed, the Iron Hedgehog pirates are quite large, with more than 800 members. They are well known in the West Sea and their strength should not be underestimated." "Don't underestimate him, indeed. He is indeed a bit of a figure for you." Darius sneered after hearing this and gave a decisive order, "March towards Giro City immediately." However, Ashen expressed his concerns at this time, "Captain, although this is the case, I feel a little uneasy. As an important border town of the Kingdom of Sivir, although it is located in a remote area, the Order of Sivir is well maintained because the Navy is stationed in the Kingdom of Sivir. I am worried that there may be a conspiracy of the Navy behind this." Darius looked at Ashen sharply, motioning him to continue. Ashen explained, "The situation in Giro City is complicated. The news of the devil fruit came too abruptly, as if someone deliberately did it to attract all parties. I am worried that this is not just a simple auction, but more likely a carefully laid trap." Darius frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the authenticity of this news is questionable, or even that it might be fake news released by the Navy in order to encircle and suppress us?" Ashen shook his head to express uncertainty, "I can't say whether it is true or not, but such a large-scale dissemination of intelligence is indeed unreasonable and we have to be on guard." Darius sneered, his eyes flashing with determination, "No matter what, the temptation of the devil fruit is really irresistible. If it is really a trap, then it is a good opportunity to avenge the disastrous defeat in Zhuolongtown last time." Red Chain Snake also expressed his concerns at this time, "Captain, if this is really a trap set by the Navy to deal with us, wouldn't it be exactly what they want if we go there?" Darius's eyes became extremely firm, and he said in a cold voice, "That's why I have to go there in person. If that old guy Slit is behind this, I will definitely end it with him. If it weren't for Slit, I wouldn't care about the rest of the Navy. I failed to kill him in the last battle in Zhuolongtown. If I can meet him again in Giro City, I will kill him with my own hands." Although several officers were worried about the conflict with the Navy, they could only obey Darius's decision. After all, as long as Darius could defeat Slit, the Roxas pirates would surely become famous on the sea. At this moment, in the heart of the Kingdom of Sivir, Kuwait City. The naval port here lies quietly on the shore of the Côte d'Azur. The Navy in this port is a subordinate branch of the Navy G66 branch and has been established here for many years. Looking back in the past, the royal family of the Kingdom of Sivir led an extravagant life, implemented harsh policies and were tyrannical, causing the people in the country to starve. Eventually, this group of hungry peasants, led by a priest, shouted the slogan "The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky should be established," which started a massive peasant uprising and formed a peasant rebel army of up to hundreds of thousands. For a time, this group of peasants was extremely powerful, and the kingdom of Shiver was almost on the verge of a change of ownership. In order to stabilize his shaky rule, the king resolutely asked for help from the navy and the world government. At that time, the kingdom's regular army was weak due to internal corruption and could not be relied upon, so huge military expenditures were generously invested in the navy, aiming to use its powerful military strength to eliminate domestic unrest. The navy naturally enjoyed this. Compared with those cunning pirates who roamed the world, these rebels composed of angry peasants were nothing but a pile of loose sand. This mighty peasant uprising could be easily disintegrated. The leader of the peasant army was also captured by the navy and handed over to the royal family, who publicly beheaded him. With the arrival of the navy, the members of the Shiver royal family regained their former extravagant pace of life, and in order to maintain this glamour, they did not hesitate to increase the tax burden on the people and pass the burden on to ordinary people. Anyway, with the navy stationed in the country, even if there is a rebellion, it can be easily suppressed. However, it was the presence of this foreign army that ensured that even when the extravagance of the royal family prevailed, the social order of the kingdom of Shiver could remain relatively stable, and even a remote border town like Giro City could enjoy basic security and order. At this moment, the naval port was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere, with dozens of naval ships towering tall. Vice Admiral Slit led the naval elites from the headquarters in the West Sea, planning a decisive attack on the Roxas pirates. Originally, Slit planned to set up an ambush in the throat of the Grand Line, the town of Mermans, and wait for the arrival of the Rox pirates. After all, as the most powerful pirate group in the West Sea, Darius was the captain of the former Rox pirates, and he would definitely not be willing to stay in the West Sea and would definitely go to the Grand Line. However, time flies, and months of waiting only brought news that the Roxas pirates continued to expand their power in the West Sea. Instead of revealing their intention to march into the Grand Line, they actively recruited troops with the intention of unifying the West Sea. This situation made Slit feel unprecedented urgency. He knew that if the Roxas pirates were allowed to integrate the pirate forces in the West Sea, they would form a terrifying force that could shake any maritime hegemony. Therefore, he decided not to wait and see, but to take the initiative and vow to wipe out the Roxas pirates. Chapter 61. Princess Yu. In the combat meeting room, Slit slowly opened his mouth and asked with sharp eyes, regarding the current dynamics of the Roxas pirates, are there any new developments? His adjutant Philip responded solemnly, our naval spy planted inside the Roxas pirates has sent urgent intelligence. It is reported that the Roxas pirates have quietly adjusted their course and are heading straight for Giro Castle. Their intentions are unclear but their movements are clear. Upon hearing this, Slit inadvertently showed a contemptuous smile, as if he had everything under control. Haha, pirates are pirates after all, strong limbs but simple minds. It's ridiculous that they can be easily diverted by just some insignificant baits. However, Philip was not infected by Slit's confidence. He revealed deep worry between his brows, Mr. Slit, this matter is probably very serious. Because of the news we have released, other pirate forces in the West Sea will most likely flock to Giro City after hearing the news, trying to seize the Devil Fruit as well. Beyblade City will gather forces from all sides at once, and the situation will be complicated. Philip continued to analyze, although the Roxas pirates were defeated by us last time, the pirates are growing at the same speed as cockroaches. Now their number has reached more than 12,000, and their warships are as high as 45. Humph, they just annexed some pirate groups, and then used coercion and inducement to recruit many small gangsters. What kind of combat effectiveness can they have? Facing Philip's concerns, Slit not only did not show any fear, but was even more dismissive, let them come. The more the better. These ants wandering around in the sea, I will let them know what true despair is. I was worried that I could not find a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop, and now they come to me on their own, which saves me a lot of effort. After 10 days of sailing against the wind and waves, the 45 warships of the Roxas pirates finally arrived at the quiet yet extraordinary town of Giro Castle. Although the town is not large, the port is bustling with pirate ships of all kinds, as if all greedy eyes are attracted by the news of a mysterious devil fruit. Darius stood at the head of the flagship with a sharp gaze, and the red chain snake beside him whispered, it seems that the news of the devil fruit has indeed attracted many pirate groups to flock here, and the authenticity of the devil fruit is self-evident. Ah God! Darius' voice was steady and cold. Upon hearing this, Ah Shen quickly stepped forward and asked respectfully, Captain. First, we must quickly locate the Iron Hedgehog pirates and try to buy the devil fruit at any price. If they are ungrateful and refuse the deal, we will destroy them with lightning speed. If the fruit has been put up for auction, we must seize it at all costs. Secondly, Beyblade City gathers many pirate groups, which can be used by us. We can try to recruit them first, but if they resist, there is no need to show mercy and we must clear the obstacles directly. Darius' words revealed unquestionable domineering. Upon hearing this, although Ashen and the others felt that the measures were tough, they also knew that this was the law of survival in the world of pirates, and that this was the method they had been using since they went to sea, so they all nodded in agreement. Shen still reminded, "Captain, there is a navy stationed in the kingdom of Sivir. If we make too much of a move, we may get into trouble." Darius raised a faint smile, his eyes flashing with confidence and desire. "The navy is here, isn't it just right?" The last time, Darius faced Sleet, and was ultimately defeated. Darius is still unwilling to accept this. Every time he thinks back on it, he feels a little aggrieved at the loss. Now, 4 months have passed since the war with the navy in Kowloon town. Except for the more than 10 days left for the cooldown of Samsara Despair, the rest of the skills can already be used. Darius now wants to fight Sleet again and defeat him head-on, otherwise the demon in his heart will be hard to get rid of. After that, Ashen and the others took quick action, each with a clear division of labor. Darius also prepared to go for a stroll. Although he was the freest person on the ship, he had come to Giro City, so he had to try the local specialties. At this time, Li Yulai and several other women ran over and hugged Darius's arm, massaging it again, and said charmingly, "Master, can we ask you for a favor?" "What's the matter?" Darius said coldly. Li Yulai said, "That's right, we want to go shopping." "Go shopping? Not now." Darius refused immediately. Looking at the pleading eyes of Li Yulai and the other girls, he explained, "There are several pirate groups in this town right now. It's not safe. After I get rid of all the pirates here, you can go shopping as you like." As he spoke, Darius also hugged Li Yulai and the other girls in his arms and said gently, "Besides, you are all my canaries. Your fighting power is almost zero. If you run out casually and encounter some hooligans or gangsters, it will be troublesome. If you want any clothes or jewelry, I can have someone send them to you." After hearing what Darius said, the girls still acted coquettishly to express their dissatisfaction. "Master, we mainly want to enjoy shopping. It's too boring to be on the boat every day. We finally got to the shore, and we also want to go for a walk. Please." Seeing Li Yulai and the others acting like spoiled brats, Darius smiled helplessly and said, "Okay. If you want to go, go ahead. But bring a few more people with you and be careful about your own safety." "Yes." After hearing Darius' agreement, the women were very happy and immediately went to find their bodyguards to follow him. Although Li Yulai and the others have no fighting power, their status in the Roxas pirates is not low, because they are all Darius women. Not to mention ordinary crew members, even the cotters dare not offend them. After all, everyone is afraid of being talked over. So many pirates are happy to be bodyguards for Li Yulai and the others. After all, Li Yulai and the others can be said to be stunning beauties. Usually they serve Darius on the Iron Blood. Ordinary pirates can hardly even see them, let alone be bodyguards. Now that they have the opportunity to get close to them, the pirates have become flower protectors. Soon, Darius also got off the boat and walked on the street, followed by 7 or 8 pirates. "Captain, where are you going next?" The pirate who spoke was called Iggy. He was a subordinate of Darius during the Tenho Gang days. Now he is also a cotter, working under the Red Chain Snake. He is considered a subordinate that Darius trusts more. It's a pity that his strength is a little weaker. On the ship, his strength is estimated to be outside the top 100. "Let's find a tavern and have a drink first. I'll leave the rest to Ashen and the others," Darius said with a smile. At this moment, on the dock, Yuxi saw a gorgeous girl of about 17 or 18 walking towards him. He ran over excitedly, hugged her and said, "Sister." "That's right, this girl is Yuji's sister, Yufei, and one of Darius' favorite women." Yufei gently hugged Yuji and said softly, "Xiao, how are you doing recently?" "Well, everything is fine, how about you, sister?" Yuji said excitedly. It has been nearly half a year since Yuji joined the Roxas pirates. When he first joined, he was indeed arrogant, but over time, his arrogance has been dispelled little by little. After all, there are many people in the Roxas pirates who are much stronger than him. Especially a few months ago, when the Roxas pirates fought against the Navy, he was not even qualified to participate in that battle. If the Navy had not treated him as an innocent child, he would have died in that war. However, it was after that that Yuji finally had the chance to meet his sister Yuki, but Yuji is still a subordinate of Kuanglong and has no chance to go on the Iron Blood. He only has the chance to meet his sister when the Roxas pirates dock. I'm fine too. Yufei also gave a somewhat far-fetched smile, thinking back to her days on the Iron Blood, with mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking of the time when she first arrived on board the Iron Blood, she was extremely frightened, because as soon as they got on board, the girls who were captured with her were divided into levels according to their looks. Concubine Yu was extremely beautiful, young, and a little coquettish, and was the most beautiful girl in their group at that time, and she was sent directly to Darius' bed. She was frightened at first. After all, as the leader of this group of pirates, he must be a very ferocious-looking man. But the moment she saw Darius, she was surprised. Darius was very young, strong, and handsome, more handsome than the boys in their village. This made Yufei feel that it would not be too much of a loss if she devoted herself to this man. However, Yufei later witnessed Darius's cruelty and ruthlessness. Because a woman disobeyed him, she was abandoned by him and became a ship prostitute. Concubine Yu only found out about the ship prostitutes later. After she gradually tried to please Darius, she obtained some permission from Darius to visit some of her former friends. However, when Concubine Yu actually saw those friends, she was completely frightened. Because her friends were not as pretty as her, and not as lucky as her, after being sent to the ship, they soon became ship prostitutes, serving dozens or even hundreds of men every day. If they dared to resist, they would be beaten immediately and had no dignity at all. Once they were killed, their bodies would be ruthlessly thrown into the sea. Even if they were alive, it would be a life worse than death. Compared with them, she only had to serve Darius, and she could also have her own free time, and she could also eat delicious food and drink wine that she had never tasted before, so Yufei gradually gave up struggling. From fear at the beginning, to struggle, to fear again, and then to gradual obedience and flattery. Because she had been on this ship for such a long time, Concubine Yu had seen many beautiful women. As long as she gained the favor of Darius, she would step into the Hall of Glory, and her status would instantly rise to the peak on the ship. Even the cotters would greet her with a smile. But once she fell out of favor, she might lose Darius's protection, and her fate would not be good. Concubine Yu once saw a woman named Sister Jin who had fallen out of favor, but she still acted like a big sister. Then she was directly arranged by Li Yulai to do odd jobs on the Iron Blood. But she was lucky, at least she could stay on the Iron Blood and was not driven off, because the Iron Blood did not need too many maids. Once these women left the Iron Blood and went to its ships, they would basically become ship prostitutes and their end would be very tragic. In the Roxas pirates, all the women know their own survival rules, which is to stay on the Iron Blood. They are willing to do even odd jobs because this ship is the main ship of the Roxas pirates. On this ship, they only need to serve Darius. But if they go to other ships, they will definitely become ship prostitutes. Concubine Yu has always been worried about what she would do if one day she fell out of favor. Chapter 62. Hypnotic Fruit. Yuji looked at his sister who seemed a little uneasy and asked, "Sister, are you okay? Could it be that the captain is bullying you?" This made Yufei panic, and Xiao Wei behind you immediately scolded, "Hey, kid, if you gossip behind my back and someone hears you, watch out for your life." Yuji looked at the person coming over and said with a wry smile, "I was just asking my sister casually." Yufei also shook her head at this time and said, "I'm fine, the captain treats me very well, Xiao Yu, don't worry, let's go shopping." Afterwards, Yufei pulled Yushi and walked in front, while Xiao Wei and his subordinates followed behind Yufei. Yukun looked at the dozen pirates who followed behind her like little brothers, and was filled with emotion. Is this the benefit of power? Each of these people is much stronger than his brother Yuji. Now, the two siblings can no longer return to their hometown. Unless the navy can defeat the Roxas pirates, it is impossible for them to escape from the Roxas pirates. Moreover, Yui doesn't really want to escape from the Roxas pirates. Although she is now a captive of the Roxas pirates, she is lucky. How could a woman who used to be a king be willing to marry an ordinary countryman? That's right, in Yuki's opinion, Darius is equivalent to the king of the Roxas pirates. In the less than half a year in the Roxas pirates, she experienced things that she had never experienced in the past 10 years. On the ship, Yuahaya was one of Darius's many women. Even though everyone knew she was just a vase, countless pirates came to curry favor with her and secretly gave her many jewelry. These jewelry were luxury items that she could not afford even if she saved money for a year. This feeling of power was something she, a former village girl, had never enjoyed. Moreover, the pirates who came here to curry favor with her were basically captains, vice-captains, or even higher-level cotters. Ordinary pirates did not even have the opportunity to meet her. This made Yuahai feel that it would be good to stay in the Roxas pirates, and she also enjoyed the benefits of this power. And Yuki also understood very well why these powerful pirates would curry favor with her. It was because she was Darius' woman. It was that simple. Although Yufei wanted to be Darius' only woman, she was also clear about her position. She was just a vase and had no strength at all. Even the highest officers on the ship, Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal, were Darius women, especially Red Chain Snake, who had a bounty of over 100 million yuan, which was so powerful that she, a village girl, could not imagine. But even such a powerful woman, in front of Darius, still called him master with great respect, and she was also unable to possess Darius alone. Did Red Chain Snake not want to possess Darius alone? Definitely not, because even a powerful woman like Red Chain Snake could not possess him alone, from which we can understand how powerful Darius is. On the other side, Ashen and his men found the Iron Hedgehog pirates, and the two sides started fighting after a disagreement. The captain of the Iron Hedgehog pirates is called Tai, who is an animal-type hedgehog fruit ability user. He is quite powerful and has a bounty of 6,800 million Baileys, but when facing Ashen, his strength is not enough. Not long after the battle began, he was leaning against the wall, covered in blood, and the long knife in Ashen's hand was already against his neck, and he asked coldly, "Where is the devil fruit?" Take looked at Ashen with anger on his face. "Is this the style of your Roxas pirates?" Ashen swung the long knife in his hand again, and in an instant, Tek's left ear was cut off. Tek covered his bleeding ear, his eyes became even angrier, but there was also a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Ashen said coldly, "An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The devil fruit is not something you should have. Tell me, where is the devil fruit? Don't challenge my patience." Tek sensed the murderous intent on Ashen's part and knew what would happen if he didn't speak up. He might actually die. He said, "There is a secret compartment at the head of my bed in my cabin, and I hid the devil fruit there." Hearing this, Ashen gave his subordinates a look, and several of them immediately headed towards Tek's captain's cabin. They soon found a box with a strangely shaped devil fruit in the box. The colors of this devil fruit were a mixture of black, white and grey. "Master Ashen, I found it. This is it." Ashen looked at the black, white and grey devil fruit inside and smiled. It seemed that the news about the devil fruit was true. He could go back and report. He asked, "Do you know what kind of devil fruit this is?" "It's the para-human type sleep fruit, also known as the hypnosis fruit, which can make people fall asleep quickly." Tek explained immediately. Hypnotic fruit. Ashen also became interested after listening to it. Just by hearing the name, he felt that this devil fruit was very good. Even if it was not very effective on the front battlefield, if it was used for torture, interrogation and arresting undercover agents, this devil fruit would be very useful. At this time, Tai also said, "I have given you the devil fruit, now you can let us go." "What are you afraid of?" Ashen raised a sinister smile and looked at Taker and said, "To be honest, our captain has wanted to recruit your Iron Hedgehog pirates for a long time. Today we meet here. Why don't you join our Roxas pirates? Sooner or later, our captain will become the king of this sea. Can I refuse?" Take said with a bitter face and forced a flattering smile. Ashen also smiled creepily after hearing this and asked, "What do you think?" At this moment, Taker wanted to curse. If he had known earlier, he should have given the devil fruit to his subordinates to eat, but he decided to auction it off. Now, he attracted the Roxas pirates, who not only stole the devil fruit, but also wanted to annex their Iron Hedgehog pirates. At the same time, in other parts of Beyblade City, the Roxas pirates also began their annexation operations against other pirate groups in this city. Even if Darius didn't need to take action, the strength of the senior officers of the Roxas pirates has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. 4 months ago, the pirates who survived the battle with the navy learned about the cruelty of the ocean. They practiced very hard every day so that they could keep up with Darius. Although they had practiced cultivation before, they were all passive at that time, especially the top cotters, who all felt that they were very strong and that their strength had reached its bottleneck and was difficult to break through, so none of them were very enthusiastic about cultivation. But 4 months ago, after the war with the navy, the Roxas pirates were reduced from more than 20,000 people to more than 2,000 people. Although this war was cruel, it also allowed the surviving pirates to break through the bottleneck that they had been unable to break through, and became stronger. At this time, in a corner of Giro City, the stealthy pirates of the Roxas pirates hid in the corner. After making sure that there was no one around, they immediately dialed the phone and said, "Hello, is this Major General Philip? This is Vodka. It's me, Lieutenant Vodka." Philip's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lieutenant Vodka also looked around at all times and reported in a low voice, "Major General Philip, the first thing the Roxas pirates did after arriving at Beyblade City was to annex the pirate groups in Beyblade City. With the strength of the Roxas pirates, it is only a matter of time to annex these pirate groups. What should I do next?" In the past few months, the Navy has not been idle. They have planted many undercover agents in the Roxas pirates. The main reason is that the Roxas pirates' method of recruiting subordinates is too simple and crude. They directly defeat the pirates and then forcibly recruit them. This gives the Navy a great opportunity to plant undercover agents. Philip's face turned slightly grim when he heard this, and he said seriously, "You don't have to do anything. Our Navy is about to carry out Operation Wild Wave, which aims to annihilate the Roxas pirates and all the pirates in Beyblade City in one fell swoop. You just need to protect yourself." Lieutenant Vodka listened and said firmly, "Yes, justice will prevail." After hanging up the phone, Major General Philip looked at Slit and said, "Mr. Slit, the Roxas pirates are 1 day faster than we expected. They have already arrived at Beyblade City." Slit listened and sneered, "Since we are here, let's get started. Notify all the Navy and take action immediately. This time, we must annihilate all the pirates in Beyblade City in one fell swoop. At the same time, let the Navy near Beyblade City continue to hide. After we arrive, we will eliminate them in one fell swoop." After taking a walk around, Darius also returned to the Iron Blood. At this time, Shen had already returned with the devil fruit. Looking at the devil fruit presented by a Shen, Darius was also a little surprised and said, "A Shen, you are quite fast. It's been less than 2 hours. You have already got the devil fruit." Shen also said respectfully, "Yes, everything went smoothly. The devil fruit is still on the ship of the Iron Hedgehog pirates, so after we dealt with them, we got the devil fruit." Darius took the devil fruit, and a Shen continued, "This is a para-human hypnotic fruit. It should be a good devil fruit. The hypnosis fruit is really good." Darius answered calmly, handed it to the maid behind him for safekeeping, and continued to ask a Shen, "Have the Iron Hedgehog pirates been subdued?" Chapter 63. The Wine of the Adopted Son. Upon hearing this, a Shen slightly turned sideways and gestured to the man behind him whose face and body were wrapped in bandages. The man stepped forward and said respectfully, "I am the captain of the Iron Hedgehog pirates, take. I am willing to lead the Iron Hedgehog pirates to drink the wine of adoption with Lord Darius. From now on, our Iron Hedgehog pirates will become a subsidiary pirate group of the Roxas pirates. No matter what Lord Darius orders, our Iron Hedgehog pirates will go through fire and water without hesitation." Darius saw how Tech looked and realized that he must have been severely punished by Ashen. He said jokingly, "From your tone, it seems that you are drinking this cup of wine of your adopted son reluctantly. It's as if someone put a knife to your neck and forced you to drink it." "No, I don't mean that. I am willing to do it." After saying that, Tech knelt on the ground and begged, "I request to join the Roxas pirates. Lord Darius, please grant me your wish. No matter how hard it is, I will never refuse. I only hope to be blessed by the flag of the Roxas pirates." "Ha ha ha, of course I welcome you." Darius was very generous and went up to help Tech up. At this time, the maid also brought a tray and took out 2 glasses of wine, one large and one small. Darius took the large cup and Tech took the small cup. Darius grinned and said, "After drinking this glass of wine, we will be brothers from now on. Come on, let's drink it. Afterwards, the two of them drank the wine in the glasses together, which meant that the Iron Hedgehog Pirates had become a subsidiary pirate group of the Roxas Pirates at this moment. After Darius put down the wine glass, another maid came over. On the tray in her hand was a flag, which was the pirate flag of the Roxas Pirates. Darius handed the flag to Tech and said, "From now on, you are a pirate group under the command of our Darius Pirates. From now on, I will protect your pirate group." Yes. Tech took the flag very excitedly. In this ocean, it was common for the weak to rely on the strong. He was defeated by Ashen, and it was a tragic defeat with almost no ability to fight back. Although Taken was not very convinced at first, he was convinced after seeing the power of Ashin's devil fruit. This was because when Ashin defeated him, he didn't even use his devil fruit. Even Ashin's strength was beyond his reach. It was hard to imagine how strong Darius, as the captain, must be. Naturally, he was very excited to receive the blessing of the flag of the Roxas Pirates. Darius looked at Taker and reminded him, "You must protect both the cup and the flag. The cup is a symbol of our relationship, and the flag is the glory of our Roxas Pirates. If you defile it, you will pay the price." Upon hearing this, Tech immediately assured, "Yes, please rest assured, Brother Darius, we, the Iron Hedgehog Pirates, will definitely regard this flag as something more important than our lives." Darius also smiled and said soothingly, "Okay, take good care of your injuries. There will be a banquet in the evening. There should be other pirate groups joining us, and you can get to know each other." Yes. After Tech left, Darius was thinking about who should be allowed to eat the hypnotic fruit. At this time, Ashen followed behind Darius and said with some concern, "Captain, how long are we going to stay here? How long will we stay?" Darius hesitated for a moment before saying, "First check if there are any spies from the world government or the navy among these newcomers. We can set off again after we are sure there are none." "Yes." Ashen said respectfully, but there was still some worry in his eyes. Darius saw that Ashen had not left yet and asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" Ashen said solemnly, "No, it's just that I am a little worried. I don't know why, but this time I got the devil fruit too smoothly, and it feels a bit unnatural." "What exactly are you worried about?" Darius asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ashen shook his head and said, "I can't really explain it, but I just have a vague feeling of uneasiness." Darius was a little speechless. He patted his shoulder and comforted him, "There's nothing to worry about. We are pirates. If we worry about this and that every day, we will be exhausted. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Besides, we have obtained the devil fruit now. Even if the navy attacks, they can't take it away. What's more, as pirates, if we are afraid of the navy, why would we go out to sea?" Ashen was speechless when he heard this. As a pirate, shouldn't he be naturally afraid of the navy? In this sea, when most pirates see the navy, aren't they like mice seeing a cat? Just like when he was a gangster boss, he was also instinctively afraid of the police, but when it comes to Darius, although he is a pirate, he really disdains the navy, which is indeed an alternative. No, it can be said that Darius is extremely confident in his own strength, so it is like this. Afterwards, Red Chain Snake, Baki, Blue Crystal and others came back one by one, and with them came more than a dozen pirate groups in Giro City. Although these pirate groups were not powerful, it didn't matter. After reaching the Grand Line, they would slowly eliminate those weak pirates one by one. Soon, Darius drank the wine of adopted sons with the captains of these pirate groups and officially recruited them, which also allowed the Roxas pirates to expand again. After they came back, Darius finally decided to give the hypnosis fruit to Blue Crystal. After all, Blue Crystal was the one who slept with him, and giving it to her was a little selfish on Darius' part. Blue Crystal was very excited after getting the hypnotic fruit and ate it immediately. After Blue Crystal ate the hypnosis fruit, Darius asked, "How does it feel? Can you use the power of this devil fruit?" Blue Crystal sensed the power she had just gained and said, "It does feel like there is more power, but the details still need to be tested." As he spoke, Blue Crystal looked at a pirate beside him and made eye contact with him. After a few seconds, the pirate closed his eyes, was hypnotized, and fell asleep. It really can hypnotize people in an instant. Jade was also surprised when she saw this ability. Darius said to Blue Crystal, he should be in a hypnotic state now. See if you can get him to answer your questions." Blue Crystal nodded after listening to this. She also felt that she should be able to continue to hypnotize the other party deeply. She squatted down and asked the hypnotized pirate, "What did you do before?" At this time, the hypnotized pirate answered with lifeless eyes, "I followed Lord Kuanglong to recruit the great sword pirates, and then defeated them. We got their treasure, and I got 3.21 million Baileys." Darius smiled when he heard the answer and said, "As expected. The hypnosis fruit can indeed be used for torture. With this fruit, we can easily identify the traitors in the Roxas pirates. Blue Crystal, I'll leave this matter to you and Li Yulai. Let Li Yulai cooperate with you when the time comes." Nowadays, Li Yulai has made a lot of progress in the whisper fruit and can barely hear the thoughts of humans. The prerequisite is that she must get the other party's permission. Otherwise, Li Yulai will not be able to hear the other party's thoughts. It can be said that there is still a lot of room for the development of Li Yulai's whisper fruit. "Yes, Master." Darius looked at everyone and said, "Well, let's have a banquet. We have recruited more than 1,000 men today, so we have to celebrate." And just as the Roxas pirates were holding a banquet, the crisis was quietly approaching. At this time, on a reef group dozens of kilometers away from Giro City, the Navy's warships were hidden here. And not only were there Navy here, but now with Giro City as the center, a large number of Navy warships and Navy were lurking around. After learning about the situation in Giro Castle, Slit raised his lip with contempt and said, "They are pirates indeed." After getting the devil fruit, they immediately got carried away and started the banquet. Major General Philip said seriously, "Mr. Slit, give the order. Now is the time when they are most relaxed, attack in one fell swoop." Vice Admiral Slit shook his head, a confident smile appeared on his lips. "No, it's not the right time yet. It's still daytime. If the warships continue to approach, they will most likely be discovered. If they escape at that time, it will be troublesome. This time we have to catch the pirate King Roxas in one fell swoop. Let's wait until night. By then, they will probably be drunk. With the cover of the moonlight, we can directly approach them within a few kilometers and then launch an attack. We will definitely be able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." After hearing Slit's words, all the naval generals nodded. At night, Ashen was walking on the deck of the Iron Blood. The Roxas pirates were having a party, but as the vice-captain, he was very calm. Bakuki and Hibai Vuchang came over drunk and said, "Hey, Ashen, why don't you go drink? You came here alone." Ashen looked at the three people coming over and said calmly, "The more times like this, the more careful we must be. If the navy attacks at this time, it will be terrible." Hey Vuchang grinned and said, "I say, what are you worried about? Lord Darius will take care of everything, right?" Shen's voice was still steady, "The captain is indeed very strong, so it doesn't matter if he is drunk, because he is strong enough, but we are different. We don't have the captain's terrifying power, so it's better to be careful." Bai Vuchang grinned and said, "You are just too cautious. In the past few months, you have been so cautious every time you held a banquet, fearing that the navy would attack. What happened?" Bakuki also smiled carelessly and said, "Now, we are the strongest pirate group in the West Sea. No, even if we are placed in the Grand Line, our pirate group can be ranked among the best. We also have people on duty. There is nothing to worry about." Shen didn't want to waste time with them anymore, so he said coldly, "Okay, if you want to go drink, go by yourselves. I just want to enjoy the evening sea breeze by myself." Chapter 64. Fierce Battle. Hearing what Shen said, Bakuki and the others lost interest, and they all went to drink together, arm in arm. Of course, as the highest-ranking officials, they would not drink like ordinary pirates, as they had their own special banquet hall. After seeing Baki and the others leave, Ashen sighed inwardly. Although Ashen is now the vice-captain of the Roxas pirates, and can be said to be second to none, and Darius trusts Ashen very much, and basically he can make the decisions on all matters big or small in the Roxas pirates, however, Ashen also has his own hidden worries, that is, he is too old, now he is almost 50 years old, although his strength is still at its peak, but with his age and the rising stars on the ship, it is hard to say whether he can still maintain the number 2 position on the ship. After all, the pirate world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Although he is still the vice-captain now, if a stronger crew member appears in a few years, will anyone still listen to him? This is what Ah Shen is most worried about. Without mentioning the distant past, let's take the Red Chain Snake for example. Red Chain Snake is younger than him, and she is also the captain's woman. Now she has obtained the Iron Fruit, and her strength is very close to his. It is estimated that in a few years, Red Chain Snake may surpass him. Will he still have the face to continue to be the vice-captain? In addition, there are many young rookies on the ship. After entering the Grand Line, there will definitely be more powerful pirates joining the Roxas pirates. This makes Ah Shen very worried about who will shake his position in the future. At this moment, Ah Shen looked at the sea in the distance with some confusion in his eyes. Although it was dark, he seemed to have a vague feeling that there seemed to be something over there. However, he couldn't see anything at all in the middle of the night, so he shouted to the lookout, "Turn on the searchlight and see what's over there." At this time, the lookout on duty on the observation tower was also a little dissatisfied. Just when he wanted to scold that idiot, he saw that it was Ah Shen who spoke, and immediately sobered up a lot. "Yes, Lord Ah Shen." Soon, the searchlight was turned on and shone towards the sea in the distance. In an instant, the navy ships several kilometers away were illuminated. There were dozens of them, densely packed together. This scared Ah Shen a lot, and the lookout shouted, "Oh no, the navy is coming. Sound the alarm quickly." Ah Shen also shouted loudly. After hearing Ah Shen's order, the lookout immediately sounded the alarm. Suddenly, a loud alarm began to sound, which startled the pirates who were having a banquet. They didn't understand why the alarm sounded. At this time, Slit, who was in the navy in the distance, had already seen the searchlights on the other side and said coldly, "Tisk, have we been discovered? But this distance is enough, go full speed ahead." "Yes." At this time, Ah Shen looked grim. He immediately picked up the radio Den Den Mushi and announced loudly, "Attention all members of the Roxas pirates. A navy ship has been spotted at sea. Everyone, be on alert immediately." Boom boom boom. Just as Ah Shen was speaking, the navy had already opened fire. Shells fell on the pirate warships one after another. Suddenly, many warships were hit and thick smoke began to rise. In the Giro Castle, the pirates who were originally drunk were now mostly sober. After hearing Ah Shen's announcement, they heard the sound of cannonballs one after another. As pirates, they were too familiar with the sound of cannonballs. Seeing that many pirate ships were emitting thick smoke, the pirates dropped the bottles in their hands and started picking up weapons to prepare for battle. "Kill! Arrest all the pirates!" As the sound of gunfire rang out, the navy who were disguised as civilians hiding in residence homes also came out with weapons. The pirates who were having a banquet around the dock were also stunned, but when they found out it was the navy, they became ruthless. They had been drinking to begin with, and when they saw the navy, they put their lives aside. Kuanglong held up his saber and shouted, "Little guys, follow us and destroy these navy. Kill!" After a charge, the pirates and navy on land started fighting first. On the Iron Blood, Darius also felt the ship shake. He, Red Chain Snake, and Li Yulai were a little drunk from drinking together, but at this time, he was much more sober. "The navy is here. Master, what should we do?" Yu Fei and several other women who had little fighting ability suddenly panicked. After all, they were just vases and were most afraid of encountering war. Darius also said coldly, "Hide immediately and don't be discovered. Red Chain Snake, Blue Crystal, follow me." "Yes." Slit, who was on the warship, looked at the bombardment and grinned, "Last time, they escaped because they had a ship. This time, I won't leave you any ship. Fire and sink all the pirate ships." "Yes." When there was only 1 kilometer left, Slit's body changed rapidly. He quickly used his ability to transform into a tiger in human beast form. He said coldly, "I'll go first. Remember to destroy all the pirate ships. This time, I won't let them escape again." As he said that, Slit kicked his feet and leaped towards the pirate battleship in front of him with moon steps. In the air, Slit quickly found the main ship of the Roxas pirates because he saw an acquaintance there, Darius. Darius had just walked out of the cabin when he felt a strong breath in the sky. He looked up and found Slit in the sky. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with envy. Slit raised a sinister smile, and his body quickly spun in the air to accumulate strength. His speed increased, and he growled, "Storm Legs Tiger! A vacuum/wave with a tiger head slashed towards the Iron Blood. The power of this attack was enough to split the Iron Blood in half, but Darius would not let him do that. He also jumped into the air and chopped it up fiercely with Black Cleaver. The axe blade and the vacuum slash collided with each other. After a moment of stalemate, Darius chopped the vacuum slash into two parts with one axe, and let it fall to both sides. The two pirate battleships next to them were in trouble. With a bang, the two battleships were cut in half. Good blocking. Sleet looked at Darius and curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. After seeing Slit, Darius' eyes were filled with excitement. He grinned and said, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Even if you want to arrest me, you have to go ashore first. Of course, if you insist on attacking my ship, then I can only fight back in your own way." As he spoke, Darius' body changed rapidly. White snake scales appeared on his body, and 7 white snake heads grew around his neck and shoulders. His height increased from 2 meters to nearly 4 meters, and several snake heads began to gather energy. At this time, a red light of observation flashed in Slit's eyes, because he saw a very terrifying future. The energy cannon condensed by Darius easily destroyed all the naval warships. "Asshole, stop it!" Slit rushed towards Darius angrily. At this moment, a red light of observation haki flashed in Darius' eyes. He immediately stopped condensing the energy cannon and said to the red chain snake and blue crystal, "Leave Slit to me, and the rest is up to you." After that, Darius turned around and ran towards the shore. "Yes." Slit glanced at the red chain snake and the blue crystal. He was too disdainful to deal with such minions and immediately followed Darius. Soon, the Roxas pirates also adjusted their status and began to fire at the navy to relieve the emergency. The two sides immediately started an artillery battle at sea, but because the warships of the Roxas pirates suffered losses at the beginning, and the overall power of the navy's artillery was stronger than that of the Roxas pirates, a large number of pirate ships were damaged by artillery shells or even sunk. Gradually, the main warship approached, and the navy also boarded the pirate ship and began to fight the pirates at close range. Major General Philip also held a saber in his hand and ordered loudly, "Arrest all the pirates. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot without mercy." Yes. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Ah Shen went straight to Major General Philip. The two of them fought quickly. Major General Philip was a little surprised and said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a few months. You have become a lot stronger." Ah Shen curled his lips into a sneer, "Thanks to the battle with a strong man like you, I have learned a lot." The last time he fought with Major General Philip, Ah Shen was no match for Major General Philip alone, but through the last battle, he broke through the bottleneck that he was originally unable to break through. The practice of these months has also greatly increased his strength. However, even so, you are still too weak. Major General Philip sneered and directly used the devil fruit, transforming into a monkey form, and his strength increased significantly in an instant. "I'll help you, Ah Shen." The red chain snake also came to Ah Shen's side at this time, facing Philip together. Even though their strength has increased in the past few months, they are not confident enough to fight against a strong man like Philip alone. "It's you. It's really hard to deal with two pirates with bounties of over 100 million at the same time." Philip grinned. Although he said it was hard, his body had already taken the initiative to attack and kill the two men. All three of them were swordsmen, and their swordsmanship had reached the level of swordsman. At the same time, all three of them were devil fruit users, and their swordsmanship, domineering and devil fruits were competing. Chapter 65. Demonic Sublimation. At this time, Darius stopped in an open space on the street in Giro City. He had just noticed that there were many Navy soldiers in Giro City. These Navy soldiers had obviously hidden themselves early. It seemed that the Navy had made sufficient preparations to arrest them this time. "Aren't you going to run away anymore?" Slit, who was behind him, sneered. A trace of contempt appeared on Darius's lips. Now both of them have entered their strongest state. Darius is in human beast form, and Slit has also entered the awakened form. After the last fight, both sides understand that the other is powerful, so they don't intend to hold back at all. "This time, I won't lose to you like last time. Now I have mastered the ability of observation haki to predict the future." "So what?" Slit was still confident and jokingly said, the awakening of an animal-type ability user will improve its recovery and vitality the most. Moreover, this time, in order to arrest you, I have united all the naval branches in the West Sea and dispatched 4 naval warships. The number of naval personnel is as high as, which is more than 3 times your number. Darius was shocked. He didn't expect that the navy would send out so many troops this time just to arrest him. However, with the demon sublimation, Darius really couldn't think of how he would lose. Ordinary navy was just a moving blood bag to Darius. Not only did they not pose any threat to him, but they could also continuously restore his health. However, Darius was not in a hurry to use demonic sublimation, as now was not the right time. This time, after Darius mastered the observation haki that could foresee the future, it was not so easy for Slit to suppress him. However, Darius was still a long way from being upgraded, and Darius was thinking about how to turn all these naval forces into his own experience points. However, this time the Roxas pirates were defeated faster than they had imagined. In less than half an hour, many pirates cried and shouted in surrender, "Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender. Yes, I surrender. I became a pirate because they forced me to do so. I am a good citizen. Taejun. I was wrong. I will never dare to be a pirate again." Suddenly, on the battlefield, those pirates who had just joined the Roxas pirates, faced with a navy that was several times their size, began to surrender. Some wanted to escape, but their pirate ships were either destroyed by the navy or had already been controlled by the navy, leaving them with no way to escape back to the sea. Moreover, there were navy troops everywhere in Giro City, and the number of navy troops was too large. In addition, they were caught off guard, which greatly reduced the morale of the pirates. "Lieutenant General Sleet, we are here to help you." At this moment, several naval colonels and brigadier generals came over to support Sleet. Slit listened to the voice behind him and shouted, "No one below the rank of officer should come over here. This guy is not an ordinary pirate. See? This is the power of the navy, just surrender." "That's right, pirates, if you surrender now, you can spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Otherwise, we will execute you on the spot," the navy said with high morale at this time. Darius saw that he had been surrounded by dozens of naval officers, and Slit was still in the middle. Darius raised his mouth and grinned, "Ha ha ha, who do you think I am? Surround me? No, I surrounded you. What is this guy talking about? Is he crazy?" The naval officers were also shocked when they heard Darius' words. "Be careful, this man is not that simple." Slater's face looked a little heavy. After fighting with Darius, he found that in just a few months, Darius had grown again. His strength was stronger than the last time they fought. In addition, Darius always looked fearless, which made Slater have to take him seriously. Darius pursed his lips, "Devil's Ascension." The next second, countless shadow demons flew out of Darius' body, and soon the shadow demons formed a demon coat and demon wings on his body. The number of shadow demons increased sharply, thousands or even tens of thousands, densely packed black shadow demons wandering around. "What is this? Damn it! What are these things?" All of a sudden, the naval officers were confused, looking at the shadow demons flying towards them. They originally wanted to swing their swords and chop them, but these shadow demons had no entity at all, and they could only be attacked by domineering aura. However, the naval officers of these branches basically could not master domineering aura, or their domineering aura was very weak. As the shadow demons passed through their bodies one by one, they immediately felt a sense of weakness. "It's true. I feel like my strength has been sucked away by it." All of a sudden, the sailors whose bodies were pierced by the shadow demons looked a little ugly. Although a small amount of vitality being sucked away had almost no effect on them and they could recover after a short rest, there were thousands of shadow demons densely packed here. How were they going to deal with these monsters? At this time, Slit's face looked very ugly. He finally understood why he had this uneasy feeling. According to the Navy's intelligence, the dark shadows released by Darius that could take other people's lives turned out to be you. Damn it! What a mistake! I didn't expect he had such a trick. Slit's face turned pale and he rushed towards Darius. The last time he fought with Darius, Darius did not use demon sublimation from beginning to end, so Slit thought that Darius could not use this trick, but now he can use it. 6 King's Spear. Darius did not defend himself. This move was a shock wave, and even the whole body of armament haki could not block it. Unless the armament haki could harden the internal organs as well, even if the body was covered with armament haki, the internal organs would still be damaged. When Slit used the Six Kings Spear, Darius also used a fatal blow and chopped him with an axe. Suddenly, both of their attacks hit each other. Darius now used demonic sublimation, which allowed him to absorb other people's vitality to recover from his injuries at any time, so he was not afraid of exchanging injuries. Sleet relied on his super recovery ability after the awakening of his animal ability. However, no matter how strong his recovery ability was, he was definitely not as good as Darius's this time. Ha ha ha, it hurts. But this kind of attack can't kill me. Darius raised the black cleaver and slashed at Slit again. Originally, Darius's health was very high, and he stacked the grasp of the undying and heart of steel every day. Damn it! This monster! Slit finally felt a little scared at this moment. Originally, recovery ability was his greatest reliance, but now it seems that his recovery ability is not worth mentioning in front of Darius. At this point, Darius completely gave up on defense and began to attack fiercely, not afraid at all even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries. Don't be so arrogant, pirate! Several naval officers around him roared and slashed at Darius. Several sword energies landed on Darius' body, leaving several blood marks on his body. However, Darius had gone mad at this time. With the devil's sublimated healing ability, he was fearless and chopped the two naval colonels into two pieces with his backhand. The places that had just been cut were also healing quickly at this time. At this time, the navy and pirates in Giro City saw countless shadow demons suddenly appear in the sky and fly towards them, then pass through their bodies, making them feel weak. This made the navy and pirates terrified. What's going on? Are these ghosts? However, some officers of the Roxas pirates were excited and said, "It's Lord Darius. This is Lord Darius's ultimate move. You are finished, Navy." That's right, Navy, no one can survive Lord Darius's move. Those monsters cannot be killed. Just wait for them to suck your life force dry and you die. While they were talking, those who knew the situation moved away one after another. After all, they didn't want to be drained of their lives by the shadow demon. The more the battle went on, the uglier Slit's face became. He knew that these black shadows could absorb people's vitality, but they could be restrained by domineering power. However, even if he used domineering power to split these monsters in half, he could not kill them. These guys were completely immortal. Moreover, although he could use the armament haki to protect himself from these monsters, he was surrounded by these marine officers. They had no way of resisting these monsters and would be continuously drained of their vitality. Then Darius would heal his injuries. This made Slit feel very bad. All of you, immediately move 500 meters away from him. As long as you leave this range, those black shadows will stop attacking you. You are simply getting in the way here. Yes. After hearing Slit's words, these naval officers wanted to stay away from Darius. Not to mention attacking Darius, the annoying black shadows around them were enough to cause them trouble. Although the speed of these black shadows was not particularly fast, they were only slightly faster than the running speed of ordinary people, but these black shadows were immune to any attack. Facing the attack of these black shadows, they could only dodge and run away, which was a complete drag here. Want to escape? I won't give you the chance to escape. Darius said and rushed towards the naval officers. Your opponent is me, Darius. Slit rushed towards Darius angrily. Darius sneered, completely ignored Slit, and ran towards the naval battlefield at a faster speed. When Slit saw this, his face suddenly turned pale and he shouted, Darius, where are you going? Of course we have to go to crowded places. After all, I am using this trick but it consumes my vitality, and I need the vitality of your navy to replenish it. Darius grinned and told Slit his own weakness. In fact, demon sublimation has almost no weaknesses except for a longer cooling time. As long as there is a living person within a radius of 500 meters centered on Darius, the demon sublimation will not disappear. It will only disappear after devouring all the lives within 500 meters centered on Darius. The most important thing is that Darius can move. When Darius moves, the shadow demons summoned by the demon sublime will move with him. In a sense, as long as there are always living people within a radius of 500 meters, this move can continue. It can be said to be the strongest skill among all Darius skills. Chapter 66, super recovery under demonic sublimation. When Slit heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, it turns out that this seemingly impeccable move actually has such a fatal weakness. This is an extremely valuable piece of information, and it shocked him like never before. Thinking about it, it is no wonder that Darius's skill of summoning shadow demons is really amazing. Those ghostly monsters have no entity, like ethereal souls, they can easily penetrate the enemy's defense, quietly deprive them of their lives, and become the source of Darius's recovery. In front of such an ability, the advantage of numbers seems to vanish in an instant. Only the truly strong can resist the erosion of shadows with the domineering power of armed color. I underestimated him after all. Slit sighed inwardly. This realization made him re-evaluate Darius's power. He knew that even though he was a devil fruit user and had awakened, it would be hard to predict the outcome if he faced Darius who could continuously heal his own injuries. In this battle, the Navy may face an unprecedented severe test, and the losses may be incalculable. However, Slit did not give up hope. His thoughts quickly turned to further analysis of Darius's ability. How long does this move last? Does Darius's consumption of vitality mean that it will only be consumed when it cannot be drawn from the outside world, or will it be consumed every time it is used? This key information is crucial for formulating strategies and finding a way out. Unfortunately, the intelligence he currently has is too limited to allow him to make an accurate judgment. Slit knew that every minute and every second was crucial at this moment. He had to find a way to break Darius's demonic sublimation, otherwise, they would most likely suffer a disastrous defeat. Darius didn't run straight to the Navy, and Slit couldn't stop him. Soon Darius rushed into the Navy. Now a large number of pirates have chosen to surrender. Most of them are some rookies who have just joined the Roxas pirates and the pirates under their command. For these surrendered traitors, soft eggs. Darius will not show mercy, but he doesn't intend to deliberately target them now. At present, he still has to deal with the Navy first. After all, the Navy has dispatched 40,000 people this time. Hurricane flames. The next second, hurricanes and flames spewed out of the mouths of the two snake heads on Darius' shoulders. The two energies quickly merged together, and suddenly a fire broke out at the port. It's Darius. Damn it! Why is this guy here? Were these monsters released by Darius? The Navy officers panicked. Captain, help! Make these monsters go away quickly. Yes. Captain, we are your subordinates. Save me. At this time, not only the Navy, but also many pirates were hit. After being pierced through the body by the shadow demon, they also began to become weak, especially some ordinary Navy and pirates. Their vitality was not strong enough, and they could not run fast enough, so they were easily killed by the shadow demon. Although nothing would happen if it was taken away once or twice, at most one would just feel a little weak, but if it was taken away dozens of times in a row, those with weak vitality would basically be drained of vitality and die. Now, on this battlefield, there are thousands of such shadow demons in the air, as if they have bloody mouths, constantly devouring the lives of the Navy and pirates. Feeling the vitality continuously pouring into his body, Darius no longer maintained his human beast form, and directly transformed into a head form that could cause large-scale destruction. Soon, a Yamata no Orokai with 8 heads and 8 tails, more than 30 meters tall and more than 300 meters long, appeared at the dock of Giro City. It then opened its mouth and condensed various energies. Go to hell. Navy, sand blades, hurricanes, fire, thunder, poisonous fog. Powerful energy waves were sent out, and at the same time, the huge snake tail slammed down towards the surrounding Navy, smashing them into meat paste. Damn it! Damn it, go to hell! The Navy officers raised their guns and cannons angrily. Facing such a huge Yamata no Orokai, there was no need to aim. Bullets and shells fell on Darius one after another. However, the scales of the Yamata no Orokai were very hard, and the bullets were completely bounced off. Even the shells could only leave a black mark on the scales and were basically unable to break Darius' scales. Damn it! Don't be so arrogant, Darius! The biggest wheel, the Six Kings Spear. Slit hit Darius with an angry blow, and immediately Darius' 8 snake heads spat out blood. Lieutenant General Slit hit him. As expected of a lieutenant general. The surrounding Navy men looked on happily. Darius turned his head slightly and looked at Slit and said, "Don't be anxious. Wait until I deal with these guys, and then I will deal with you as the last one. Now get out of my way. As countless shadow demons returned to Darius' body with life force, Darius' injuries were recovering rapidly, and he spewed flames from his mouth and hit Slit. Slit dodged quickly, and saw that after Darius was hit by his move, he seemed to have no reaction at all, which made Slit look ugly. Looking at the place where he was hit by his Six Kings spear, the injury was recovering quickly. In just a few seconds, it was completely healed. This made Slit a little collapsed. This recovery speed was simply too exaggerated. Slit shouted loudly, "All Navy, listen up, stay away from Darius immediately. Those black monsters will continue to devour your vitality to recover from his injuries. Can you escape? I'll destroy your ship first." As they spoke, the 8 snake heads condensed energy bombs from their mouths again and then gathered together. Yakitsu Cannon. A small Yakitsu cannon was quickly gathered and sprayed out, landing on the naval warship. With a boom, the warship exploded and a huge fire broke out, killing most of the navy on the warship. What? The navy was also shocked. What was that thing that just flew over? A cannonball? But how could it be so powerful? Slit's face turned pale and he said angrily, "You bastard!" As he said that, Slit swung his fist and hit Darius. Darius seemed to be attacking the navy, but his main attention was still on Slit. After all, he was still in pain from being hit by his Six Kings spear just now. Although the injury recovered quickly, after all, at present, the only one who posed some threat to him on the entire battlefield was Slit. The huge snake tail swung and blocked Slit's attack. Darius glanced at Slit and said coldly, "One-on-one combat is indeed your strong point, but unfortunately, your devil fruit means that you lack the means of large-scale attack. Just watch there. Watch how I destroy all your warships." As it spoke, countless red and blue energy bubbles were released from the body of the Yamata no Orokai. Then, its 8 big mouths began to open slightly, and those red and blue energy bubbles gathered to form 8 Yamata no Orokai cannons. This move is a move that Darius imitated from the next door Naruto. Although its power is much weaker than the tailed beast cannon, if the 8 Yamata cannons are combined together, the power should not be underestimated. "Asshole, don't even think about fighting back." Slit rushed up angrily and blocked Darius's way. "Then you try to block it." 8 Yamata cannons were fired in 8 different directions. Even Slit could only block one at a time. The energy cannon, which was 5 or 6 meters in diameter and powerful enough to destroy a warship, was forcibly blocked by Slit's hands. With a boom, the energy cannon exploded in the air. Boom boom boom, the remaining 7 Yamata cannons hit 7 warships, and suddenly there was a huge explosion on the warships and a huge fire started. Slit, who was blown away, spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the exploding warship, despair was in his eyes. The destructive power and recovery ability of the warship were far above his. This strength was simply not something he could deal with. Even though Darius had told him his intention, he still found it difficult to stop him. Now Slit also understood that Darius was not someone he could deal with. In Darius's current state, even if he seriously injured him, he could recover quickly. Unless his attack could kill Darius instantly, he would continue to absorb the vitality of the surrounding navy to recover from his injuries. After standing up, Slit rushed towards Darius angrily. Even now Slit was helpless against Darius's unsolvable ability, but as the supreme commander of the navy this time, he had to try his best to defeat the enemy. Damn it! The largest wheel, the Six Kings spear. With a loud boom, a powerful shock wave penetrated Darius' body, causing Darius to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, a heavy blow from his tail hit Slit's body, knocking him directly away, and he began to condense the Yamata cannon in his mouth again. Slit, who was knocked out, rushed out again and roared angrily, "Don't even think about succeeding, the biggest wheel, the Six Kings spear." Boom! Another shock wave came out, and this time Darius' mouth was filled with blood. He said angrily, "You deserve to die." Slit looked at Darius, whose injuries were recovering rapidly again. Even with his most powerful attack, he could not defeat Darius. This made Slit lose hope and even felt a little desperate. At this time, he no longer expected to defeat Darius. He just wanted the navy to evacuate safely. The shadow demons released by Darius could not be resisted by ordinary navy. Slit also decided that if he wanted to defeat Darius, he had to rely on himself. The rest of the navy would not only be unable to help him, but would also become his accomplices under Darius's strange power. He shouted loudly, "All Navy listen to my order, retreat immediately, arrest the rest of the pirates of the Roxas pirates, leave Darius to me, stay away from him immediately." Chapter 67. Coldness. Darius looked at Slit, who was ready to fight to the death, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Since Slit cared about the lives of the Navy soldiers, Darius would not be polite. Exposing such a weakness was not a good thing. However, seeing that the Navy had dispersed and many of them had already run out of the range of the demon sublimation, Darius became ruthless. Even if the Roxas pirates would suffer heavy casualties today, he would keep most of the Navy here. He said coldly, "You can't stop me. Over the years, I have never taken the initiative to cause trouble to your Navy, but you have come to cause trouble to me again and again. If I don't teach you a profound lesson today, you really think I am made of clay, right?" As he spoke, Darius' body quickly moved towards the Navy. The Yamata no Orokai was very fast. As long as he wanted to chase, those ordinary Navy would have no way to escape from the range of the demon's sublimation. They would become Darius's continuous blood packs. Soon, blue and white energy bubbles appeared on Darius' face again, and then began to condense, forming 8 Yamata no Orokai cannons. Slit also said tenderly, "Damn pirates, your existence is the biggest stain on this world. If pirates like you don't die, the innocent civilians in this world will be frightened. Our Navy is here to arrest you in order to maintain world peace." Darius grinned grimly, "Maintain world peace? Ha ha ha, your strength is not worthy of your determination. Just watch. These 40,000 Navy soldiers will all be killed by me because of your stupidity." The 8 Yamata cannons in the mouth of the Yamata no Orokai have been condensed and are about to be fired. "Asshole, your opponent is me." Slit roared angrily and rushed up again, the biggest wheel, the 6 King's Spear. Now, Slit no longer cares about so many things. He uses his most powerful attack every time. Even though the 6 King's Spear, a unique skill with 6 secrets, consumes a lot of physical strength every time it is released, he doesn't care. The important thing now is to stop Darius' attack. Hit by the 6 King's Spear again, Darius spat out a mouthful of blood, but Darius forced himself to endure the pain, and then fired all 8 Yamata cannons condensed in his mouth. Slit was very anxious and didn't care about anything else. He immediately jumped up and blocked a Yamata cannon. With a bang, the Yamata cannon with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters exploded the moment it came into contact with Slit, and blew Slit away. The remaining 7 shells fell on the 7 warships and exploded directly. At this time, the Navy were almost in despair. They could not get rid of Darius behind them, and their warships were blown up one after another. Some of the slower ones had their lives sucked dry by the shadow demons. In fact, it's not just the Navy. The pirates are not necessarily in a good situation either. Although Darius can control the attacks, the shadow demons released by the demon sublimation do not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as humans are within their range, they will be devoured by these shadow demons and become nutrients for Darius. "Darius, stop it now, or we will kill them." At this moment, the Navy captured hundreds of pirates and put guns to the back of their heads. Darius also looked over and found that there were actually a few cotters among the pirates. The pirates immediately begged for mercy, "Don't kill us. Save us. Captain, I don't want to die yet. Don't scream, the captain will never save us, give up." The battlefield fell into a brief silence. Darius had not expected that the Navy, which always claimed to be just, would use such a despicable method. He grinned and said, "The righteous Navy also uses such a despicable method as threats. It seems that your Navy's justice is also quite cheap." At this time, a Commodore pointed a gun at Bakugo's head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. In order to achieve the final victory, even if our Navy uses some dishonorable means, it is still dark justice. Besides, there is no need to talk about morality with pirates like you. Darius, if you don't want your important subordinates to die, stop immediately, otherwise I will kill them." Darius looked at them with a scornful smile, "Humph, hostages? Navy, you actually played such a boring trick. Do you think you can make me surrender by taking a few hostages? I'm not that naive." As he spoke, red and blue energy bubbles appeared on Darius' body again, and then 8 Yamata cannons condensed out. The Navy was already panicking at this time, and the pirates who were held hostage by the Navy were even more panicked. The Commodore shouted loudly, "Darius, look carefully, this guy is your Cookie." "Captain, no. Please save us." "Yes. Captain, we are your subordinates." The pirates also sensed something bad at this moment and shouted for help. "Well, I see it clearly, so you can go without worry. I will avenge you." After saying that, without any hesitation, 8 Yamata cannons were fired towards the navy and the hostages. The navy was stunned when they saw the 8 Yamata cannons flying towards them. Although they did not think that using pirates as hostages would really stop Darius at first, they did not expect Darius to be so ruthless and decisive. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosions instantly burned everything within 1,000 meters around. Hundreds of pirates and more than 1,000 navy officers were melted in an instant. This terrified the navy and pirates, even Ashen and Akage. Although they knew that Darius was cruel and ruthless, they did not expect him to be so cruel. Even Baki, an old subordinate who had followed Darius for so many years, would be killed without hesitation after he lost his value. At this time, Darius saw the terror in people's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Listen to all members of the Roxas pirates. The world is so cruel. The strong survive and the weak die. Immediately use the weapons in your hands to kill all the surrounding navy. Those who dare to surrender to the navy and those who dare to be deserters will be executed after I have dealt with the navy. Now make your choice. Either take up weapons to kill the navy, or be killed by the navy, or be killed by me. There is no need for trash in my pirate group. If you can't kill the enemy, then die quickly." All of a sudden, after hearing Darius' words, the navy and the pirates were all terrified. The navy was deeply shocked by Darius's cruelty. This pirate was so ruthless even to his own subordinates, so how would he treat them, the navy? The pirates were also terrified, but it was only for a moment. Soon, someone reacted, "Damn it, brothers, don't be afraid, no one can defeat Lord Darius, kill the marines." "That's right, Lord Darius is invincible, don't be afraid, kill them all together." Besides, with Baki and the others dead, a top cadre position has been vacated. If we kill a few more marines, maybe we can also compete for the top cadre position. Originally, nearly 1/5 of the pirates surrendered, and the morale of the Roxas pirates was almost on the verge of collapse, but Darius gave them hope with his invincibility, and also let these pirates see what the end of surrendering to the navy would be. Darius had clearly stated that anyone who dared to escape or surrender would die, and this desperate battle made the pirates of the Roxas pirates burst out with amazing combat effectiveness, and began to fight the navy to the death. Slit, who had just been blown away, also spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Darius's ruthlessness made him unable to find any weakness. This kind of ruthless pirate was the most terrifying existence in this sea. And because of what Darius had just said, the morale of the pirates became high. Moreover, he had already hit him so many times with the largest wheel, the Six Kings spear, but he still couldn't stop him. He had miscalculated. He no longer expected to defeat Darius. He just wanted more navy to return alive. However, in this situation, Darius would continue to destroy the warships. If he ordered a retreat, it would be a heavy blow to the morale of the navy, and even a crushing defeat. In order to let more navy survive, he had to defeat the Roxas pirates and shouted loudly, "All navy listen to my order, fight to the death with these pirates, justice will prevail. Justice will prevail." The navy men also roared in high spirits. They also understood that it was impossible for these pirates to surrender now, so they did not expect to arrest them and just killed them all. "Ha ha ha, that's it, come on, come on." Darius, who transformed into the Yamata no Orokai, continuously spit out Yamata no Orokai cannons from his mouth, destroying the navy's warships one by one, leaving no chance for the navy to escape. "Damn it! Let's attack together and kill Darius. As long as we kill him, the rest of the pirates will be no match for him. Yes, let's attack together. Even if he has a strong recovery ability in this state, there must be a limit. Let's attack together those who can use armament haki." Then, one by one, the naval officers started attacking Darius with guns and cannons. Darius, who transformed into the form of Yamata no Orokai, had a huge body and did not need to aim at all. The bullets and shells wrapped with armament haki penetrated the snake scales one by one, causing Darius to suffer great pain. "Ha ha ha, great fun, keep going. You can't kill me at this level." Darius laughed wildly. Although the Navy's attack did break his snake scales, the power was greatly weakened. It was just a minor skin injury. With the help of the shadow demon released by the demon sublimation, Darius's recovery ability was several times faster than that of the awakening animal type ability user. In other words, Darius's life recovery speed is proportional to the number of people around him. Now Darius is constantly moving, and within the range of his demonic sublimation, there are at least hundreds or even thousands of Navy men. Their vitality is constantly being sucked away by Darius and becomes blood packs that heal Darius' injuries. Chapter 68. When Darius fired the last Yamata cannon, its destructive force ruthlessly devoured all the Navy ships, turning them into nothingness. Seeing this, the anger of the Navy soldiers was like a volcano that was ignited and erupted uncontrollably. They turned their anger on the pirates around them and chased them mercilessly until every pirate ship sank to the bottom of the sea, with flames rising into the sky, reflecting the sea red. On the Iron Blood, the core ship of the Roxas pirates, Ruri and his crew were originally hiding in a safe compartment, but they could not isolate themselves from the raging fire and chaos outside. As the smoke and heat waves invaded, they had to flee the temporary safe haven. In front of them, the battlefield of the past had turned into a purgatory, and the pirate ships burned one after another. The flames reflected on their shocked faces. After years of following, they instantly realized that the cruelty of this battle was far beyond their imagination. Even the Navy abandoned all retreat routes and vowed to bury the enemy and their ships in the sea of fire. The degree of crisis can be seen. Look, what kind of horrible creature is that? Yu Fei and several other women looked at the huge Yamata no Orokai that was perched on the Giro castle, their voices trembling with disbelief. That is the embodiment of the master's power. Li Yulai was the first to react. She immediately found a suitable weapon and gripped the blade tightly in her hand. Although she was once regarded as a vase-like existence, she has quietly transformed over the years of following Darius. Not only has she become one of the closest women to Darius, but she has also mastered certain combat skills imperceptibly. At this moment, her eyes are flashing with determination and courage. Although her strength is not as good as that of the red chain snake and the blue crystal, she is not comparable to an ordinary vase woman. At the same time, the Navy's madness was not abetted by the enemy's defeat, and their attention turned to these seemingly weak targets. There are women over there. Are they Darius women? Or pirate captives? I heard that the women on the Iron Blood are Darius confidants. If we capture them, we may be able to force Darius to surrender. Shouts of anger and greed echoed on the battlefield. The Navy targeted these innocent weaklings, trying to achieve their own goals through them, but they didn't know that this would only make the shadow of this war even deeper. Li Yulai's mood at this moment was like a turbulent sea. She looked at the Navy in front of her as if she was facing a great enemy, because she knew that following a man like Darius, there would definitely be dangers around her, so she has been working hard to become stronger over the years. Although she never slacked off in her training on weekdays, those opponents who sparred with her all showed mercy to her because they knew that she was Darius's favorite and never really exerted their full strength, which made her practical experience particularly scarce. Now, facing this aggressive and murderous Navy, Li Yulai's heart could not help but feel cold, and the female captives around her were almost suffocated with fear. They were originally abducted by the Roxas pirates, and now they saw the Navy boarding the ship with their own eyes, and they all believed that Darius had met with an accident, and might even have died. Facing the relentless pressure from the Navy, Li Yulai tightly grasped the sharp blade in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly due to nervousness, while the other women seemed even worse off. They were already captives and had to serve Darius every day. When they saw the Navy, they were terrified and cried for mercy, "Please listen to us, we are all innocent civilians. We were forced to be involved in all this. Yes, we are all victims. She is Darius woman." After that, they involuntarily kept a distance from Li Yulai, as if this could draw a clear line between themselves and the impending doom. When the Navy soldiers heard the women's cries, they couldn't help but turn their eyes to Li Yulai. She was the only one in the group who had not laid down her weapons. Li Yulai's background is complicated and secretive. She was sold to the Axe Gang when she was young, and later she was appreciated by Brother Nan, who intended to train her into a top spy to serve those powerful business tycoons or underworld bosses in order to obtain more intelligence. However, fate played a trick on her, and she was eventually given to Darius as a gift by Nango, becoming his partner. As time passed, Nango also became a member of Darius's army, but was later killed for treason. Li Yulai also gradually forgot her former identity as a spy and became the woman beside Darius wholeheartedly. Although in Darius' eyes, Li Yulai may be just one of many vases, she regards him as the most outstanding man in the world and falls deeply in love with him. Although this love may not be equal, or even humble, Li Yulai never forgets her identity as a member of the Roxas pirates. She has the ability of the Whispering Fruit, which gives her a special status in the pirate group. Facing the pursuit of the navy, she swears to never become a prisoner, because she knows that she is not only Darius's woman, but also a member of the Roxas pirates. She is different from these vase women from the beginning to the end. As soon as the navy saw Li Yulai's figure, they announced in a cold tone, "It seems that you are Darius's woman. If you are smart, just surrender. Then, come with us to persuade Darius to surrender. This is your only and best choice." Li Yulai's eyes froze into frost in an instant. She was determined to fight to the death. She responded coldly, "Don't compare me with such a superficial woman. Lord Darius is the one and only person I love in my heart. Even if I face death, I will never betray him." The surrounding navy officers had eyes full of anger and determination. They had witnessed the sacrifice of their comrades, and the anger and hatred in their hearts could no longer be contained. Even though they knew that Li Yulai might have been innocently implicated, or had been deceived by Darius's scheme, driven by hatred, they had no time to care. "In that case, I'll let you taste the bitter fruit. Go, catch her." At this critical moment, several sharp flying knives cut through the air and accurately hit the approaching marines, ending their lives. Li Yulai was shocked, looking at the familiar trajectory of the flying knives, and instantly realized that the savior had arrived. Sure enough, the next second, the figure of Lan Shuijing flashed like a ghost, and she swung the sharp blade in her hand again, and more than a dozen marines fell to the ground. This sudden change made the women who were originally prepared to compromise with the navy panic. Fear shrouded their hearts, and they were afraid that they would also become victims of this conflict. "Miss Blue Crystal." Li Yulai looked at the appearance of Blue Crystal and a warm feeling surged in her heart, feeling both surprised and grateful. Blue Crystal stared at Li Yulai, her eyes showing gentle recognition, and then she slowly said in a tone of praise, "What you said just now was very good." As a woman under Darius' command, Blue Crystal also deeply loves Darius. She was entrusted by Darius to briefly guide Li Yulai. However, Li Yulai's talent in fighting was not as bright as expected, which made her more able to play the role of a beautiful and fragile vase rather than a warrior who charged into battle. At this moment, Li Yulai's eyes were focused on the huge monster Yamata no Orokai. That was the power of Darius's devil fruit. She couldn't help but wonder, "Ms. Blue Crystal, is the opponent this time so powerful?" Lan Shuijing's face darkened slightly, and her voice was a little serious. "Yes, our opponent this time is the Vice Admiral who gave us a headache in Zhuolong Town last time, and the number of navy they sent this time is even larger." Li Yulai heard this and became even more worried. Recalling the battle in Kowloon Town, the Roxas pirates suffered a heavy blow, with 20,000 elite soldiers reduced to more than 2,000 people, and 90% of the soldiers taken prisoner. It was a painful memory. Now, the number of enemies has increased again. How can she not worry about Darius's safety? Then, can the master escape danger this time? Blue Crystal hesitated for a moment, as if considering the answer, and then she said firmly, "It should be possible." But then, she added more firmly, "No, the master will definitely win. However, the price of victory is often heavy." Blue Crystal continued to analyze, "However, whether we can escape this battle unscathed still depends on God's favor. Although the master is undefeated, he has completely blocked the navy's retreat and put both sides in a desperate situation by destroying their warships. Given that the navy far outnumbers us, this battle is destined to be a contest of blood and fire, and it will be extremely tragic. Therefore, you must follow me closely to ensure your safety." "Okay." Li Yulai nodded her head as she responded, secretly thanking herself for being able to travel with Lan Shuijing, a senior official. At least it would be much safer than traveling alone. Sapphire's eyes swept over the dozens of sailors lying on the deck, some of whom were still breathing weakly. Her voice was as cold as frost, and she gave the order without any emotion, "Get rid of them." Upon hearing this, Li Yulai took firm steps towards those navy soldiers who had not yet completely lost their lives, holding the sharp blade tightly in his hand, and each finishing blow was precise and decisive. The pleasure from deep inside her heart was like an undercurrent, causing her cheeks to blush. For Li Yulai, this was not her first time stepping into the abyss of killing. Darius had planted the seeds of violence in her heart, intentionally or unintentionally. During her time in the Roxas pirates, she was not completely dependent on others. When facing those insignificant little characters, Darius would let her take them as a test. At first, she felt fear and tension like thorns, but as time went on, the initial fear gradually transformed into a strange sense of excitement. Then, Lan Shuijing turned her gaze to Yu Fei and the others. They were all Darius's former appendages. Although they chose to betray him at the critical moment, Lan Shuijing knew that she had no right to judge them. Her voice was still cold, but with a more complicated emotion. As for you, the wheel of fate has turned. From now on, you can only live in peace. After saying that, Blue Crystal took Li Yulai and resolutely left the iron blood that was about to be engulfed by the raging fire. Although this ship was the main ship of their Roxas pirates, now everything had to do with survival. Chapter 69, The Navy's Defeat. As the smoke of war continued to spread, the battlefield seemed to transform into a cold and ruthless meat grinder, mercilessly devouring every living life. No matter whether they were brave naval soldiers or wild pirates, they all quickly perished in this sea of blood. However, on this hopeless battlefield, Darius was like an unshakable god of war. No matter how hard the navy attacked, they could not shake him. His body seemed to be endowed with immortality. No matter how badly he suffered, he could recover at an astonishing speed. This scene filled the hearts of the naval commanders present with unprecedented despair and powerlessness. The 8-hour battle, which lasted from night to dawn, was a test of the physical strength and will of everyone. Slit, an animal-type awakener, even though he possessed extraordinary strength, gradually showed signs of fatigue in this continuous high-intensity confrontation. In his demonic state, Darius completely abandoned defense and adopted an almost crazy offensive posture, vowing to force Slit into a desperate situation. Slit knew that if he relaxed a little, Darius's destructive power would ruthlessly turn to other navy forces, and his demonic ability was so wide that any warrior who tried to get close would be in a desperate situation in an instant. What was even more desperate was that no one in the navy could stand up and effectively curb Darius's rampage. Even Slit himself felt deep despair and helplessness. At this moment, Slit already understood that as long as Darius maintained this near-perfect fighting state, the balance of victory would always tilt towards him. Although he tried his best and continued to attack for 8 hours with high intensity, causing Darius to be injured and vomit blood many times, it was all in vain. The two men's observation haki had reached the pinnacle, and they could accurately predict the opponent's offensive, which made the battle more stalemate and more tragic. Darius was injured, but he could rely on demonic sublimation to devour the vitality of others and recover quickly, while Slit was injured and could only rely on his own recovery ability. Every confrontation was like a knife cutting through his heart, excruciatingly painful. Faced with such a situation, Slit knew that if no action was taken, the navy would probably be doomed to be annihilated. Slit stared at Darius, who was in a standoff. The surroundings were filled with frightening shadow demons, which were like invisible blades, ready to penetrate his body and devour his vitality. In order to resist this all-pervasive threat, Slit had to maintain the peak state of his armed color domineering at all times, which caused his domineering consumption to be abnormally alarming, as if every moment was consuming the flame of his life. At the same time, Darius has changed into a more flexible human beast form, because no navy dares to approach Darius easily now. Now Darius only needs to face Slit, the Vice Admiral and Substitute Admiral. At this moment, the battle between the navy and the pirates was in full swing, and the two sides were in a melee. Darius knew that if he tried to attack the navy now, the shadow demons released by the demon sublimation would not distinguish between friend and foe, and would also drag the pirates into the vortex of destruction. In this situation, every time he approached, the navy and the pirates would scatter like frightened birds, so now he wanted to get rid of Slit first compared to the rest of the navy. After all, Slit had consumed more in this war than him. If he was seriously injured, he could run towards the navy at any time and let the shadow demons suck his blood, so that his injuries could be healed quickly. Darius looked at Slit, a cold smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Now, no one will disturb us, this battlefield belongs only to the two of us. Today, your escape route has been completely blocked. Slit's face was grim, and his eyes revealed an unyielding determination. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, running away is not something I would do. Even in the face of despair, I will stick to my belief in justice until the last moment, even at the cost of my life. However, despite his resolute words, Slit's heart was filled with despair. In Darius's demonic sublimation state, he seemed to see an insurmountable gap. This ability was so powerful that it almost made people feel desperate and powerless. The long battle made Slit realize that only by possessing extraordinary power and domineering spirit could he resist those shadow demons that followed him everywhere. Domineering masters like Garp and Sengoku might be able to gather elite troops under certain conditions to avoid the invasion of shadow demons and deal a fatal blow to Darius. But at this moment, facing such a desperate situation, Slit obviously could not defeat Darius alone, and this time, not only did it not help him at all, but it became a burden to him. Facing a guy like Darius, the number of people was meaningless. Then let's put an end to it all. Darius let out a deafening roar and pounced on Slit again like thunder. The two figures intertwined in an instant, and a more intense confrontation began. The faint flame of hope that had once burned in Slit's heart to defeat Darius had now completely extinguished, replaced by the cold reality he realized that he was powerless to turn the tide in this duel of unequal power. The long and fierce battle had completely put him at a disadvantage. Facing every attack from Darius, he could only barely maintain his defense and had no power to fight back. Finally, Slit made a painful decision. His voice was calm but full of unquestionable determination. "All Navy, listen to my orders. I will personally cover the rear. You must retreat immediately." These words hit his heart like a heavy hammer, meaning the complete failure of this mission, a frustrating defeat. The Navy heard this, although they were unwilling, they also felt a sense of relief. After all, fighting the pirates to the death was not what they wanted. As Navy, they were fighting for justice, but more for a way to make a living. Why risk their lives? Especially when facing a powerful opponent like the Roxas pirates, the instinct of survival made them want to escape. The pirates cheered and wanted to pursue the pirates, but the Navy showed admirable discipline. Even when they were retreating, they kept an orderly pace without any panic. This scene surprised Darius and made him even more disdainful. He sneered, "Didn't you say before that running away is a shame for the Navy and that you would uphold justice to the end? Now you are in a hurry to run away. It's really ironic." Hearing this, Slit smiled bitterly. He suppressed the humiliation in his heart to maintain the dignity of the Navy. "Humph, how can you understand? This is just a necessary strategic adjustment to better preserve strength for future battles. How can a pirate like you who only knows how to kill understand the profound significance of strategic transfer?" Darius sneered when he heard this, his tone full of disdain. "Oh, you can even make the term escaping sound so high-sounding, and even call it a strategic transfer. Even if you can really get away with it, I want to see if your group of defeated soldiers can be as lucky as you to escape from my clutches." Slit was enraged, his roar resounded through the sky, and he stood resolutely before Darius like an insurmountable mountain. Although Darius performed demonic sublimation, it did not bring him a leap in speed and strength, but only enhanced his recovery ability. However, it was this super recovery ability that made Darius almost invincible among his peers. Darius raised a cruel smile, his tone full of provocation. "Want to stop me? I want to see how you can do it. Besides, you are still thinking of retreating? There is not even a shadow of a warship. Where can you escape to?" Slit snorted coldly, his eyes were like torches, and he had his own thoughts in his mind. "This kind of thing doesn't need you, a pirate, to worry about. The Navy is a huge military organization. With just one phone call, the nearby naval branch will rush to reinforce, and the warships will arrive in a blink of an eye, so the road to retreat is naturally unobstructed. However, as a Navy, choosing to retreat in the face of a powerful enemy is undoubtedly a sullyment to the name of justice." Slit was almost certain that after he made the decision to retreat, he would be punished when he returned, and his position as a candidate for admiral might not be secure. But Slit had understood very well over the years that strength was the foundation of survival in the world. And his strength was still among the best even in the Navy. Continuing to fight would only lead to more soldiers being sacrificed in vain, and he might even die here. He had an unfulfilled dream, which was to become a Navy admiral, or even a Navy marshal, so how could he easily die here? Therefore, retreat became his only option. As for the responsibility of covering the rear, Slit, as the strongest person here and the highest commander of this operation, naturally could not shirk it, but at this moment his physical strength was almost exhausted. Even though he had the ability of the animal-type devil fruit, he was already unable to do it after experiencing a fierce confrontation with Darius and a brutal battle of exchanging injuries. He secretly decided that after holding on for a while, he would escape with all his strength to preserve his strength. After all, Slit is also a normal person and has his own selfish desires. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to let a fellow Taoist die. What's more, he can help the navies of these branches resist Darius for a while and make his conscience feel at ease. It is impossible for him to sacrifice himself for them. Slit is not that great. Slit was also absolutely confident in his speed. All he could do now was to try to buy more time for the navy to escape. As for whether he could finally escape, that would depend on the will of heaven and the luck of his comrades. As for the post-retreat investigation report, he would also be solely responsible for it, and its content would naturally be measured by the ruler in his heart. Chapter 70, Indentured Servant Philip. Darius knew nothing about Slit's subtle calculations. At this moment, he saw this as a God-sent opportunity and wanted to permanently bring this powerful navy under his command. Although Slit was not an admiral, he was also a substitute for the admiral, and was infinitely close to the admiral of the navy. His strength was strong enough to make it difficult for Darius to defeat him even if he activated the demon sublimation. However, Darius was confident that under the demon sublimation, even if he slowly grinded him, he could kill him. What's more, the black spear that has always been in Darius's equipment bar is something that can sign a soul contract with the dead. As long as he kills Slit and then signs a soul contract with him to resurrect him, Slit will immediately become his loyal servant. Darius was very clear about the value of intelligence. If he could plant a high-ranking spy like Slit in the navy, it would be like planting a pair of eyes that could see through the navy's movements in his intelligence network. Future operations would undoubtedly be more powerful and more handy. However, reality extinguished his beautiful vision like cold water. Slit, the brave man who seemed willing to sacrifice himself to cover the navy, did not hesitate to transform into a beast after a brief confrontation with Darius, and fled the battlefield at an astonishing speed. This scene made Darius furious. "Asshole, why are you running? Come and fight me, Slit!" Darius roared and chased after him, but Slit didn't reply. The speed of his beastly form was beyond his reach. In anger, Darius turned his anger to the fleeing navy soldiers. In his opinion, these soldiers were not as fast as Slit, and they became the targets of his anger. He declared coldly, "Since you want to escape, I will get rid of these navy soldiers first. If you want to stop me, just try." After that, he turned around and launched a fierce attack on the deserters like a demon in the shadows. Countless shadow demons emerged under his control, greedily devouring the lives of the navy soldiers, trying to force Slit to change his mind. But Slit seemed to ignore them. Not only did he not slow down, but he rushed forward even faster, quickly fleeing the battlefield, without any intention of looking back. Originally thinking that the sound of the retreat order was the dawn of survival, the navy soldiers saw Darius coming towards them and cried out in despair, "No! Vice Admiral Slit, save us! Damn it! Why didn't Vice Admiral Slit stop him?" At the same time, the members of the Roxas pirates saw Darius approaching from afar. The shadow demon that followed him like a shadow was like the mouth of the abyss, swallowing up all the light. They shouted in horror, "Lord Darius, wait a minute, we are still here. Idiot, don't get close to the captain, those shadows will devour your life, run away." When Darius was slaughtering the navy wantonly, he looked back and was surprised to find that Slit had not shown up to stop him. This made him suspicious. Could it be that this guy had really abandoned the army and fled? So determined? Looking back, Slit had once used his body to block his own Yamata cannon, vowing to defend the navy to the death, but now when he heard about the retreat, he ran faster than anyone else. Asshole! The navy should retreat separately. Don't gather together. Slit's escape made his adjutant Philip angry and helpless. He shouted the order and then quickened his pace of escape. Knowing that even Slit was no match for Darius, he had no chance of winning. He could only protect himself by abandoning part of the navy. Darius was furious when he saw the navy scattering and fleeing for their lives, but he would never miss the opportunity to strike hard at the downfall. "Roxas pirates, listen up, don't let them escape, destroy the navy!" he shouted sternly. "Yes." The pirates responded excitedly one by one. They were usually hunted by the navy, but now they had a chance to fight back. Such an opportunity was rare. How could they not be excited? When Darius's eyes locked on Philip, his expression instantly became solemn. He was not completely ignorant of this Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It was said that Philip had once held the rank of Vice Admiral, but due to a major mistake, he was unfortunately demoted to Rear Admiral. Despite this, his extraordinary strength should not be underestimated. Even when Ashen and Red Chain Snake, the two strongest officers under his command, joined forces, they could only draw with him, which showed how unfathomable he was. Seeing that Slit had taken the opportunity to escape, Darius thought to himself and immediately locked onto his next target, Philip. He quickly adjusted his posture, like a venomous snake ready to strike, spewing out hot flames from its mouth, forcing Philip to stop his escape. It was this moment of pause that gave Darius an excellent opportunity to pursue. "Humph, Navy, where do you want to escape to?" There was unquestionable majesty in Darius' voice. He pressed forward step by step and stopped Philip. Faced with this sudden sense of oppression, Philip's face instantly turned gloomy. He knew very well that if he chose to retreat at this moment, not only would he lose face, but it would also seriously undermine the morale of the Navy. He glared at Darius, and his heart was full of contempt and anger for Slit's desertion. Even though they were comrades in arms, he could not tolerate such cowardly behavior. However, Philip was no pushover. His speed was not as fast as Darius's, and running away blindly and exposing his back to the enemy was not a good idea. The only way was to fight back, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Driven by anger and determination, he resolutely exerted the power of his devil fruit and instantly transformed into a huge black gorilla, which was exactly the chimpanzee form of the man-ape fruit he possessed. Among the animal-type devil fruits, the man-ape fruit is not the top one, but its unique advantage is that it can maintain a high degree of flexibility and combat effectiveness in both the beast form and the human beast form, which is completely different from the pure claws and teeth attack method of Slit's cat fruit beast form. "Damn it! Don't underestimate me!" Philip roared, emitting a strong fighting spirit, ready to engage in a life-and-death duel with Darius. Darius looked at the Rear Admiral, who was about 40 years old, younger than Slit, and said contemptuously, "Humph, do you think your strength can match Slit's?" "Humph, even if I'm not as good as Lieutenant General Slit, I still have my own justice." Philip also understood the gap between himself and Darius. He didn't dare to have any reservations and directly killed Darius, hoping to take the opportunity to escape. Darius was not afraid at all. He had already let Slit run away today. The main reason was that this guy ran too fast. After using the beast form, he ran on 4 legs and he could not catch up with him at all. However, he would never let Philip escape. The two men quickly started fighting. Philip's strength was estimated to be similar to that of Lieutenant General Bai, but it was far inferior to Lieutenant General Slit. After only a few minutes of fighting, Major General Philip showed signs of fatigue. "Ha ha ha, is that all that's missing?" Darius looked at Philip, who was extremely exhausted, with a sinister smile on his face. Without giving him a chance to breathe, Darius rushed up again and chopped him down with an axe. Philip raised his saber and fought back with difficulty. He had already consumed a lot of his domineering energy when facing Red Chain Snake and Ashen on the battlefield. Now he was facing the shadow demons summoned by Darius. These shadow demons were omnipresent and penetrated Philip's body again and again, making him extremely weak. 2 more shadow demons passed through Philip's body, and Philip suddenly felt weak again. Darius roared and chopped down fiercely with an axe, splitting Philip in 2, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Puff! At this time, Philip could no longer speak. His body was completely cut off from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. There was no way to survive at all. Philip only felt that his eyes were getting darker and darker, and his pupils began to quickly dilate. The surrounding shadow demons also passed through Philip's body and quickly absorbed his remaining vitality. Philip, who had no way to survive, lost his breath completely after being sucked away by the shadow demons for several waves, and passed away. Suddenly, the words "experience value plus 1298" appeared above Philip's body. At this time, within the range of Darius, there are no navy or pirates within a radius of 500 meters. The pirates are now chasing the navy, but the demon sublimation did not disappear immediately. Instead, after about 10 seconds, after a burst of energy explosion with Darius as the center, all the shadow demons completely disappeared. This also means that there are no humans within a radius of 500 meters. Okay, let's try the power of the Black Spear next. Darius muttered to himself. It has been 6 years since he received the call of destiny, but he has never bound anyone because the people in Burrow City before were too weak and it was not worth it for him to use the Black Spear on them. Moreover, Darius had set his sights on the navy from the beginning. It can only be said that Slit ran too fast, otherwise he would definitely choose to sign a soul contract with him. Darius has now used the Black Spear to bind Philip's soul. Soon, Darius saw a blue soul on Philip's body. When the Black Spear was inserted into Philip's body, it began to gradually merge into Philip's body. The body that was originally split in half by an axe, after the Black Spear melted, began to stick his body together again, and began to help him recover from his injuries. This kind of soul contract was the first time Darius used it, so he was very curious whether there would be any soul spells or something like that next. After all, there is still some gap between reality and the game, and it was the first time Darius used the soul contract with the Black Spear, so he didn't know what would happen and could only stand there and wait. Chapter 71. Mission. After about 3 minutes of silence, the deep Black Spear had turned into a pool of black mud, merging with Philip's body as if it was originally a part of him. His body, which had been cut in two by the black sword, had miraculously recovered without any scars. If it weren't for the bloodstains and tear marks on his clothes, it would be hard to believe that he had experienced such a severe injury. Philip's eyes gradually opened, revealing a new light. He slowly stood up from the ground. Although his movements were weak, they revealed his unyielding will. Darius saw this scene and frowned slightly. However, in the next moment, Philip knelt on one knee, his tone full of sincerity and awe. "Master." This action instantly relieved Darius's doubts. He asked in a deep voice, "It seems that you have indeed been successfully reborn. So, do you remember everything before?" Philip remained kneeling, his head lowered, his voice full of self-blame and loyalty. "Yes, Master, all my memories are as clear as yesterday. I was ignorant and foolish, and I faced my master with my sword. This is a crime of great disrespect. I beg for your forgiveness." Darius was filled with mixed emotions, full of curiosity and confusion about Philip's current situation. He continued to ask, "Philip, do you still have all your memories of the past?" Hearing this, Philip slowly raised his head with a firm and pious look. "Master, I do remember everything, including those things in the past that make me feel deeply guilty." Although his voice was light, it revealed unquestionable firmness and loyalty. Darius stared at Philip with a deep gaze, as if he could see into people's hearts. From Philip's submissive posture and the awe in his eyes, he was sure that the contract of the Black Spear had been deeply imprinted in the other's soul, completely transforming him into his loyal slave. Darius spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. "Now that you understand that it was me who gave you a new life, what path will you choose next? Will you choose to follow me, or return to the embrace of the navy?" Philip's eyes became more determined when he heard this, and they flashed with infinite longing for the unknown future and deep loyalty to Darius. "Master, my heart has long belonged to you. I long to be by your side at all times, to serve you at your service, and to serve you every moment." Darius smiled slightly upon hearing this, but then he changed his expression to a serious one and asked tentatively, "Do you know what this means?" "This decision means that you will give up all the status and honor you have accumulated in the navy." "Are you sure?" Philip heard this, his eyes flashed with determination, his tone was full of excitement and determination. "In front of loyalty to the master, those false names and status are nothing but passing clouds, insignificant. As long as I can stay with the master, I will not hesitate even if I have to give up my entire navy." Darius' eyes flashed with approval, and he nodded gently, with a little more satisfaction and trust in his tone. "Very good, I have remembered your loyalty in my heart. But now, I resurrected you because I saw your identity. Now I give you a task: return to the navy immediately, lurk in it, climb to a high position in the navy as much as possible, and then pass the intelligence of the navy's top brass to me." When Philip heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, but was immediately overwhelmed by his absolute loyalty to Darius. He bowed his head respectfully and said firmly, "Yes, Master. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will fulfill my mission." Darius nodded secretly upon seeing this, and then raised a key question: "But how can we ensure that our communication is not detected by the navy? Ordinary den mushi obviously cannot meet the needs. It seems that you have the technology that can counter eavesdropping in the navy." Upon hearing this, Philip immediately took out a strange snail-like creature from his arms and presented it with both hands, his eyes flashing with pride and loyalty. "Master, this is a special anti-eavesdropping snail made by the world government. Just put it aside when talking on the phone, and it can effectively prevent any form of eavesdropping." Darius took the anti-eavesdropping snail and examined it carefully for a moment. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He knew that this would be an important guarantee for the security of their future communications. He patted Philip's shoulder gently and said earnestly, "You did a good job, Philip." Darius stared at the unique snail in his hand and admired it in his heart. Although den mushi are common in markets everywhere, this special snail with anti-eavesdropping function is rare. Its circulation is strictly regulated by the world government, which shows how precious and extraordinary it is. Judging from Philip's current state, he is obviously deeply bound by the soul contract. His loyalty to Darius is indestructible, and his memory is intact. Only that absolute loyalty is deeply engraved in his heart like a brand. Such loyalty far outweighs the time and effort Darius needs to spend to cultivate a spy. Philip's existence undoubtedly paves a more convenient path for Darius, allowing him to have the opportunity to target the future Navy Marshal Sengoku, and even the younger Kuzan, Sakazuki and other Navy officers who may become marshals in the future, and ultimately plan to control the fate of the entire Navy. "Very good, go back. If you have any important information, be sure to report it to me immediately." Darius gave Philip an order in an unquestionable tone and handed him his contact information in person. Although Philip was reluctant, he still resolutely carried out Darius's order and turned to leave. Darius looked at Philip's receding back, but he had no interest in chasing the rest of the navy. Those naval soldiers were scattered and fled, and it was difficult for them to pose an effective threat. Moreover, his demon sublimation ability had entered the cooling period, and most of his other offensive skills were also recovering. Darius knew that time was running out and the navy's reinforcements could arrive at any time, so he had to evacuate as soon as possible. Even though the power of the demon's sublimation has passed and the shadow demon is hard to find, the pirates around still dare not approach easily. This fear may come from the focus on the navy's pursuit, or the deep fear of Darius's own strength. Darius quickly took out the den mushi from his arms and dialed Ashen's number. His tone revealed an unquestionable determination. "Ashen, immediately send an order to stop the pursuit and return. Be sure to speed up the repair of the ship and prepare for evacuation." "Yes, sir." On the other end of the phone, Ashen's voice was full of awe and obedience, as if he had foreseen the upcoming action. Immediately afterwards, the order was passed down layer by layer like ripples. The Roxas pirates, who had originally intended to gain results in the pursuit of the navy, resolutely terminated this pursuit operation with little benefit after weighing the pros and cons. After all, although the navy was afraid of strong men like Darius, when facing ordinary pirates, they did not panic. Instead, they showed a high degree of organization and discipline. Except for a few navy members who fled in panic when facing Darius, the rest maintained an orderly retreat formation, which greatly reduced the effectiveness of the pirates' pursuit. At this moment, as the order to stop the pursuit resounded through the sky, the pirates also withdrew from the excitement aroused by the short-lived victory just now. Fatigue and pain surged like a tide, eroding their bodies and minds. Soon, the members of the Roxas pirates gradually gathered together. Darius gave orders in a steady voice, asking the crew to immediately repair the damaged ships. Looking around, dozens of pirate ships had become victims of the Sea of Fire, ruthlessly devoured by the navy's arson tactics, and only a few were barely able to maintain and were not completely sunk. Standing on the Iron Blood, although this flagship had experienced the baptism of fire, this ship was the main ship of the Roxas pirates, and the crew paid more attention to it, so it was also the first to be extinguished. The hull was covered in smoke and charred, and the mast collapsed in the flames. However, thanks to the extraordinary material of the base Hu atom, the Iron Blood showed amazing toughness and vitality. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, its internal structure was still stable, and the external damage did not touch the root. In addition, the careful protection of the cotters allowed the Iron Blood to maintain a relatively intact posture and did not sink. In view of the current severe situation where the fleet is generally damaged, the Roxas pirates are well aware that evacuation is not an easy task. It requires the shipwrights to work day and night to repair the ships one by one to a navigable state before they can regroup and set sail. On the other side, at the Marine headquarters, Marine Ford. Admiral Kong was also shocked after learning about Slit's disastrous defeat in Giro Castle, because Slit was also the commander-in-chief last time, and the number of navy personnel at that time was less than that of the Roxas pirates, but in the end they won a great victory and were almost able to wipe out the Roxas pirates. This time, Slit led the headquarters navy and the West Sea Branch Navy, a total of more than 40,000 naval elites to attack the Roxas pirates. The number of people was more than 3 times that of the Roxas pirates, but this time they suffered a disastrous defeat. Dozens of naval warships were destroyed and more than 10,000 navy soldiers were killed. After hearing the news, Kong couldn't believe his ears. But after listening to the details of Slit's report, Kong also felt it was difficult, especially when he heard that the shadow demons summoned by Darius could take away human vitality and heal their own injuries. He knew that this was a very tricky ability. It was useless to rely on numbers. It was necessary to rely on the elite navy. As for Slit's strength, even if we look at the entire navy, he is among the best. He can even be said to be the 5th strongest in the navy after him, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. However, even Slit could not defeat Darius and was forced to retreat by Darius. I'm afraid that if they want to defeat him, it will only be possible if Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others come forward. Do we need to ask Garp or Sengoku to take action? At this time, in the Marshal's office, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who served as a staff officer to Marshal Kong, asked. In his opinion, even Slit can't beat Darius. To be safe, it's better to let Sengoku and Garp take action during the period. Although Zephyr's strength is strong enough, compared with Garp and Sengoku, Zephyr's strength is still slightly inferior, and Zephyr is now in a semi-retired state. In addition to serving as the Admiral of the Navy, he also serves as the Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy to train a new generation for the Navy. Kong listened and shook his head, saying, not for now. Let's find a way to drive him to the New World. We absolutely cannot let him continue to do whatever he wants in the West Sea. In Kong's opinion, if he wants to defeat Darius, he will have to mobilize too many troops. If he can be defeated, that would be the best. If he can't be defeated and he escapes, it will be troublesome. So it is better to drive Darius to the New World as soon as possible. Once in the New World, those pirates will naturally come to cause trouble. Anyway, the New World has never been under the control of the world government. Besides, the New World is a barren land, so let the pirates mess around. But the Four Seas are different. Most of the world government's tax revenue and natural gold come from the Four Seas. It can be said that this is the basic foundation for the world government to control the world, and it must not be allowed to become too chaotic here. Chapter 72. Quietly developing the fruit. At the dock of Giro City, after a sleepless day and night of emergency repairs, the Iron Blood and several other warships that still had intact frames finally restored their former majesty in appearance. However, many of the facilities and furniture inside the ships were reduced to ashes in the fierce battle, leaving the whole place in ruins. At the same time, the Roxas pirates, a group of plunderers who call the ocean their home, fully demonstrated their pirate nature and conducted a carpet search of Giro Castle, taking all the treasures and resources in the city into their pockets. The residents of Giro City were filled with fear and helplessness in the face of this sudden change. They had never expected that the powerful navy, once regarded as the guardian of the sea, would be defeated by pirates in this battle, and the peace and order of the past collapsed in an instant. Shrouded in fear, the residents chose silence and obedience, not daring to show any resistance for fear that they would anger these ferocious pirates. They could only watch them plunder at will, their hearts filled with helplessness and despair. Although the Roxas pirates acted in an overbearing manner, they also showed a certain degree of restraint in the process. They mainly robbed the necessary supplies and treasures, and did not indiscriminately massacre innocent civilians. After all, the fierce battle with the navy had severely damaged their vitality, and all members were injured. At this moment, they were more eager to evacuate Giro City quickly to restore their strength, rather than continue to entangle here. Therefore, after looting, they did not stay for long, but chose to evacuate quickly with the spoils, leaving behind a mess of Giro City and the residents of the city who were stunned and sighing. On the deck of the Iron Blood, which had undergone emergency repairs, the charred marks left by the raging flames had been carefully cleaned up without a trace, as if the fierce battle had never happened. Darius stood tall at the edge of the dock, his eyes deep and determined. At this time, Li Yulai, a gentle yet capable woman, walked forward slowly and reported with an extremely respectful attitude, "Master, although time is tight for the repair of your private cabin, we have tried our best to restore it to its former appearance. There may still be a trace of burnt smell in the air, but please rest assured, within 3 or 2 days, this trace of smell will surely dissipate with the wind." Darius smiled gently upon hearing this, and gently embraced Li Yulai in his arms, his tone full of doting and recognition. "Li Yulai, you don't need to mind these trivial matters. As a pirate, it is common for me to live in the open air. I have survived on an isolated island for more than 2 years before, but I am not so pretentious. However, you have performed very well in this crisis." After hearing this, Li Yulai's cheeks turned slightly red, her eyes sparkled with happiness, and she responded in a softer voice, "Thank you for your praise, master. I have been following you for such a long time, and I also train every day." Darius nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, "We are pirates. As pirates, even if you usually hide in a safe place and don't need to fight the enemy head-on, you still need to have the most basic combat capabilities, not to mention that you are my most trusted subordinate. By the way, how is the development of the whispering fruit going? Can you hear the voices of humans?" Li Yulai listened and nodded slightly, and said seriously, "It's okay, but you must respond." Response? Darius was puzzled. A sly and charming smile quietly blossomed from the corner of Li Yulai's mouth. Her beautiful face slowly approached, and her lips, which were as pink and attractive as peach blossoms in spring, gently covered Darius' lips. Although Darius seemed to react calmly, he unconsciously hugged her gently, as if all this was within his expectations. However, at this warm and subtle moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Darius' mind, "Master, this is the new devil fruit ability that I have developed. You should be able to feel it clearly, right?" This voice was like the sound of nature, which made Darius' heart tremble. Darius quickly separated his lips from Li Yulai's, his eyes flashing with curiosity and surprise. "The voice just now seemed to appear directly in my mind." Li Yulai's face blossomed into a gentler and more charming smile. She did not speak, but sealed her lips again, skillfully using the power of the whisper fruit to whisper in Darius' mind, "That's right, master. As long as the other party is receptive, we can communicate with each other." After hearing this, Darius pondered the mystery of this ability in his heart. Just as he was about to ask more, he found himself captured by Li Yulai's soft but firm lips again. He felt a little playful and wanted to try out Li Yulai's ability. He also asked in his heart, "This ability, does it mean that I need to kiss someone every time I use it?" As if she had sensed Darius's doubts, Li Yulai quickly opened her lips, her eyes full of anxiety and seriousness. She slightly opened her lips, worried that Darius might misunderstand her, but she did not make any sound. Instead, she used the power of the whisper fruit again to explain to Darius, "Master, you are overthinking. I only kissed you to show you my power. As long as the other party is willing, I can have a spiritual conversation at any time. And if I can touch the other party's body, I can see the truth behind his words." After saying that, Li Yulai gently pulled up Darius's big hand, and the two held hands tightly, as if at this moment, their hearts were also closely connected. Li Yulai continued to use her unique ability to convey the message of warmth and trust to Darius, making Darius deeply feel the extraordinariness of this ability. Darius gently put his arm around Li Yulai's waist, and brushed his fingertips across her smooth forehead. He said with a somewhat playful tone, "Why are you so nervous? Of course I completely trust you." Li Yulai felt relieved when she heard that. She knew that she had spent the longest time with Darius and was well aware of his cold character. She was afraid that there would be a misunderstanding between them. But it was precisely because of Darius's coldness, rebelliousness, confidence, and strength that she was crazy about him. "Yes, my abilities should be enough to help the master solve his problems." Li Yulai's words revealed tenderness and determination, with a proud gleam in her eyes, longing for Darius's recognition and approval. Hearing this, Darius raised his lips with an approving smile, "Indeed, it is a very good ability, but you should not call yourself a slave all the time. Be more confident. You are my Darius woman, much more noble than ordinary women." Li Yulai listened and showed an attitude of admitting her mistake, "Yes, I will definitely correct it." Darius continued, "With the blue crystal of the hypnosis fruit and your whispering fruit, if you two work together, you will be able to catch all the spies hiding on the ship one by one." Li Yulai nodded firmly after hearing that. She hated those Navy spies. They were like a time bomb. In Burrow City, Kowloon Town, and Giro City, their Roxas pirates had encountered huge crises 3 times, all because of the undercover agents from the Navy and the world government. One can imagine how big a threat these spies posed to the pirate group. Master, please rest assured. Sister Blue Crystal and I will do our best to not only find all the spies, but also expose those pirates with ill intentions and betrayal to ensure the safety of our pirate group. Li Yuli's tone was full of determination and loyalty, which made Darius deeply relieved. Very good, I will leave this matter to you. Darius nodded with satisfaction. While the two were having a heartwarming conversation, Ah Shen hurried over and reported solemnly, Captain, the casualties have been counted. Darius looked at Ashen and motioned for him to continue reporting. Ah Shen continued, in this battle, the Roxas pirates suffered heavy losses, with their numbers reduced to 4,022. More than 2/3 of the brothers remained on this battlefield forever, and nearly half of the cotters died at the hands of the Navy. Among the more than 4,000 survivors, more than 1,000 were seriously injured or had limbs missing, and the rest were also injured. Darius nodded solemnly upon hearing this, but then a barely perceptible determination and pride flashed across his eyes, and he patted Ah Shen on the shoulder and said, yes, we did pay a heavy price for this battle. However, compared to the losses in the last battle in Kowloon Town, this loss can be considered lucky. Moreover, this time we faced a navy 3 times ours, but we still won in the end. This shows that you all have expressions. Then, Darius also said with emotion, besides, war always results in casualties, there is nothing we can do about it. What about the navy? We have lost more than 8,000 people this time, and how many more have died in the navy? Ah Shen said proudly, we also achieved great results in this battle. We killed more than 10,000 Navy soldiers, and those Navy soldiers who escaped by chance must have evacuated with varying degrees of pain. Even though we were attacked by the Navy at the beginning and fell into a passive position, we still won in the end. All these brilliant achievements are all thanks to you, Lord Darius, for defeating Slit. What Ah Shen said was not false, nor was there any suspicion of flattery. His praise was not mixed with flattery. In fact, it was precisely because of Darius's extraordinary strength that the Roxas pirates were able to hold their ground under the sudden naval attack. The sudden attack put the pirate group at a disadvantage instantly. Coupled with the absolute advantage in numbers of the navy, many pirates became timid, and some even chose to surrender to the navy or simply escape. However, Darius used swift and decisive means to not only intimidate those wavering crew members, but also inspire their fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if they could win in the end, the price paid by the Roxas pirates would be extremely heavy, and they might even repeat the tragedy of the Battle of Kowloon Town, losing more than 90% of their manpower. Now, they won the battle at the cost of only losing 2/3 of their troops. Even if it was a tragic victory, it was undoubtedly something to be thankful for. Darius nodded slightly, his eyes firm and deep. He had no intention of letting those traitors go. He said in a cold voice, before we continue to sail, there is still an important thing to be done. Pass the order to assemble all members of the Roxas pirates. Chapter 73. Punishment. Soon, thousands of members of the Roxas pirates put down their work and gathered at the dock, where more than 800 men and women were escorted over and stood in 2 circles drawn on the dock. These people's eyes were full of fear, and they were mainly divided into pirates and ship prostitutes. Among them, there were only more than 100 pirates, and the remaining more than 700 were all ship prostitutes. And they all had one thing in common, that is, they had all been traitors. Darius looked at the group of women, who were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, have mercy. Captain, we didn't betray you. Yes. If we didn't get off the ship, the Navy would shoot us to death. And the ship was on fire at the time. If we didn't get off, we would be burned to death, and we didn't escape. Yes. We are innocent. All right, stop shouting. I didn't say anything about what I was going to do to you. Darius waved his hand to interrupt the women. They had no fighting power to begin with, and in a sense, although these women were also members of the Roxas pirates, they were more like slaves of the Roxas pirates. After all, the combatants in the Roxas pirates were basically all men, and with so many men on a ship, they would definitely need women if they wanted to vent their sexual desires. All the singers, dancers, and boat prostitutes just need to return to their jobs. I know you are forced to do this, so I won't blame you. From now on, you just need to use your singing and dancing to make the crew of the Roxas pirates happy and joyful as usual. However, this kind of thing will not happen again. Yes, thank you Captain, thank you Captain. Hearing that they would not be punished, these ship prostitutes were immediately overjoyed. After all, their status in this pirate group was very low, and there were more men than women on the ship. Even Darius would not punish them at will. Darius added, in addition to this, we will also arrange some training for you to improve your strength. Of course, these trainings are voluntary. If you want to participate, you can participate. If you don't want to participate, we won't force you. Yes, we are all willing to participate in the training. We all want to become stronger. One by one the women agreed. Darius did not pay too much attention to these ship prostitutes. Although they were also members of the Roxas pirates, they were too replaceable. To put it bluntly, they were slaves on the ship, so Darius did not care whether they wanted to become stronger or not. Then, he looked at the group of pirates. Before Darius could speak, one of the pirates said, Captain, although we did escape before, we all knew our mistakes. Later we also tried our best to kill the navy, so we made up for it. Yes. Captain, we didn't escape in the end. And the real traitors have been killed, and we all fought. Darius was upset when he heard the noise below. Shut up. If I hadn't seen your efforts in fighting against the navy, I would have sent you to death. However, merits cannot make up for faults. What I hate most is traitors. All traitors will die. When they heard this, more than 100 pirates below shuddered, and Shen at the side wanted to persuade them, but he dared not speak after opening his mouth. Darius looked at Shen and asked, Shen, if you want to say something, you can speak directly if you want to plead for mercy. Upon hearing this, Shen also looked at Darius, and then looked at the more than 100 pirates below. Most of these pirates were newcomers or pirates from other pirate groups under his command. At this time, they all looked at Shen eagerly, and Shen also heard that Darius had no intention of killing them, so he said respectfully, Captain, they were indeed deserters before, but later they also came to their senses, so, can you give them a chance to redeem themselves? Darius had no intention of killing them in the first place. Since Shen had begged for mercy, he naturally took advantage of the situation and said coldly, since you have killed a lot of marines, you have made up for your mistakes, but you still have to be punished. Cut off your own left ear to serve as a warning to others. Hearing this, the more than 100 pirates breathed a sigh of relief, but when they heard that they were going to have their ears cut off, they were still a little afraid. After all, those who are willing to become traitors are afraid of death and pain. However, this can be said to be a very small punishment. If they disobey Darius' orders, they might even lose their lives. One by one, the pirates drew their swords, held their ears with one hand, and placed the blades behind their ears, but they did not dare to actually cut. Darius looked at the pirates hesitating and his face suddenly became colder. He shouted angrily, Why, you won't do anything? I'll give you 30 seconds. If no one does anything, then after 30 seconds, I will not only cut off your left ears, but also your right ears. All of a sudden, the pirates who were originally hesitating were frightened after hearing this. Some ruthless pirates swung their knives quickly and cut off their ears. After the screams, the other pirates saw that someone had already cut off their ears. Thinking of what Darius had just said, they dared not hesitate any longer and hardened their hearts and slashed their left ears with their knives. More than 100 pirates, their bloody left ears dyed the left half of their cheeks red, and the blood dripped onto their clothes. At this time, they held their left ears one by one, indicating that they had completed the task assigned by Darius. Darius nodded in satisfaction and said, Okay, let's treat them. Guys, replenish fresh water and food, and set sail in half an hour. Yes. The rest is up to you. Darius instructed Ashen and the others. Ashen and his companions understood what he meant. They nodded and turned to leave. Looking at the maid and several sexy women standing on the deck of the Iron Blood, they quickly got off the ship and left the Iron Blood. The rest of the things were not something they could worry about. Thank you, Lord Shen. If it weren't for you, we might have lost our lives this time. We will always remember your kindness, Captain Shen. The pirates who had just had their left ears cut off also thanked Shen when they saw him. And Shen nodded calmly and said casually, In fact, the captain has no intention of killing you. He just wants to teach you a lesson. Now get on board. Get ready to set sail. Yes. In the cabin of the Iron Blood, Darius looked at the 30-odd maids and 5 canaries with a cold look in his eyes and said, "Finally it's you. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" "Master, we know we were wrong, please forgive us this time." "Master, please forgive us. We know we were wrong." All of a sudden, the maids and canaries knelt on the deck and begged in a mournful voice. Hearing their begging and crying, Darius was a little annoyed, and said with a cold face, "Shut up, if you keep crying, I will let you cry enough." Hearing this, the maids and canaries no longer dared to cry, and there was complete silence. They knew that Darius was not joking. On the ship, the lowest-ranking bark had to serve dozens or even more than 100 men every day, which could make life worse than death. Those so-called singers and dancers were actually just high-class ship prostitutes, but their status was far inferior to that of the maids and canaries who served Darius. They did not need to do any hard work, they only had to please Darius. As for the rest of the crew members on the ship, they even had to please them. However, their status was all obtained by relying on Darius, and Darius could take away all their current power with just a word. Darius looked at these beautiful maids and canaries. These women were picked from thousands of places and sent to Darius' bed. After such a long time, Darius had some feelings for them. He said helplessly, "Look at you guys. You have plenty of time to practice, but you all feel tired and don't want to practice. Then when the war started, you became prisoners of others. Who can I blame for this? I can only blame yourselves. As my women, you surrendered to the Navy. Why do you think I will definitely lose to the Navy?" Hearing this, all the girls lowered their heads in silence. At that time, they really thought that the Roxas pirates were going to be finished, so they were able to distance themselves from Darius, but they did not expect that the Navy would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Darius was too lazy to scold them. He looked at Liuli beside him and said, "Liuli, tell me, how should I deal with them?" Liuli was a little surprised when Darius suddenly asked her this, but she still answered respectfully, "Although they betrayed their master because of their stupidity, they are still your private property after all. It is up to you to decide how to deal with them." Darius was a little troubled when he heard the answer. He looked at the maid and the canary in front of him and said helplessly, "Logically, those who betray me, whether male or female, should be executed together. But you are my women after all, and each of you is such a beautiful woman. It would be a pity to execute you directly. Besides, I am not the kind of ruthless person who would kill even my own women directly. After all, we have been together for so long. Don't worry. I won't kill you." Hearing this, the girls were delighted and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. We will definitely work harder to serve you, Master." Darius stretched out his hand to interrupt them, his eyes cold as he said, "But betrayal is betrayal. If I don't punish you, the people on the ship will think I am biased, so you still have to be taught a lesson." All of a sudden, the women's hearts fell to the bottom again, and the fear in their hearts resurfaced. Although they knew they didn't have to die, they were still afraid of pain. Thinking of the punishment later, the women shuddered in their hearts. After all, when the stick was raised but not hit, the fear was the strongest. They were in this state at this time. Darius looked at the 3 red-chained snake girls and said, "If they are whipped or beaten with sticks, they will definitely be left with scars. Is there any way to make them remember this lesson without leaving scars on their bodies?" Chapter 74, Billion-Dollar Bounty, Reactions from All Parties. Blue Crystal suggested at this time, "Waterboarding will work." Darius frowned slightly when he heard this punishment, and Blue Crystal continued, "When interrogating, I often use this punishment. It is very effective. This punishment will not leave the slightest scar on the person's body, but it can make people extremely painful, just like a drowning person, and can deeply feel despair and death." Hearing this, although they didn't know what waterboarding was, they knew it was related to water just by hearing the name. Moreover, Blue Crystal also said that this punishment was very painful. When they thought of being drowned, the scene of themselves drowning in the water immediately emerged in their minds. This made the maids and canaries breathe heavily, with a strong feeling of suffocation, and their eyes were full of fear. They could only kneel on the ground and knock their heads on the deck, trembling all over, and begged even more desperately, "Master, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Master, can you punish someone else? Please spare us, Master, we will never dare to do it again." They were all frightened and at a loss as to what to do. Thinking of the possible punishment that would follow, they couldn't help crying again. Darius listened to the crying and said coldly, "Don't cry, it's just a water torture, why are you crying? It won't kill anyone. After all, she is my woman, Darius. You should at least have some willpower. 3 water tortures, 20 seconds each time, so that you can remember this lesson. Then, starting tomorrow, let everyone start training. Even if they can't kill the enemy, at least they should be able to protect themselves." Then, Darius didn't want to listen to their cries and pleas for mercy anymore, so he ordered, "Red Chain Snake, take them down to be punished." Upon hearing the time, the girls were a little surprised. 20 seconds each time, and 3 times is only 1 minute. This made the girls feel that the time was not very long. They were also confident that they could hold their breath for 20 seconds. However, when they really started to be punished, they realized that this water torture seemed to be a little different from what they knew. It was not the kind of water torture that pressed their heads into the water, but they were tied to a wooden board with a 15-degree tilt, lying on the board with their heads upside down, and their mouths were stuffed with a towel, leaving their noses exposed, and then water was poured directly into their noses. Because their mouths were blocked, there was no way to spit out the water, and the women instantly felt a sense of despair as if they were drowning. 2 days later, Darius received his brand new bounty. At this time, on the Iron Blood in a certain area of the West Sea, Darius looked at his bounty and said with a smile, "This title sounds much better than the previous axe. What do you think? Red Chain Snake?" "Yes, and even more domineering than before." The Red Chain Snake sitting next to Darius nodded. She was still as beautiful and cool as ever, and also a bit charming. "And your bounty has also increased. This strength is enough to show off even in the New World. Of course, compared with the Whitebeard and Golden Lion pirate groups, it is still a little worse." At this time, the bounty in front of Darius read, "Fear Nova, Axe King Darius, bounty of 15 billion berries." Next to Darius there are dozens of bounty notices, some of which are for cotters whose bounties have been increased, and some are for pirates who have just received bounties. Ashen, the vice-captain of the Naku's pirates, offers a bounty of 2 million berries. Red Chain Snake, the highest-ranking officer of the Naku's pirates, with a bounty of 1 million berries. Kuang Long, the highest-ranking officer of the Naku's pirates, with a bounty of 8,000 million berries. Kai Crow, the highest-ranking officer of the Naku's pirates, with a bounty of 1 million berries. Emerald, the Naku's pirates' top officer, bounty of 1 million berries. Black Impermanence, the highest-ranking officer of the Naku's pirates, bounty of 9,000 million berries. Bai Vuchang, the highest-ranking officer of the Naku's pirates, bounty of 9,000 million baileys. Snake, a leader of the Naku's pirates, bounty of 5,600 million berries. At this time, the bigwigs from all over the world have to pay attention to today's latest newspapers. More than half a year ago, Darius' bounty was only 5 million berries. At that time, it was understandable that the big guys in the New World didn't care. Although a bounty of 5 million could be considered as a hegemon in the New World, it was still far behind those top pirates. But now, Darius' bounty has reached 15 billion, which is shocking. Even in the New World, those whose bounties exceed 15 billion berries are all top-notch warriors, reaching the level of billion. There are not many pirates in the entire New World whose bounties are higher than Darius. At this time, in the Grand Line, the Roger Pirates. Darius. Roger looked at the newspaper in his hand. This was not the first time he heard this name. He had heard before that a powerful pirate appeared in the West Sea, and that pirate was Darius. Unexpectedly, in just over half a year, his wealth increased from 5 million belly to 15 billion belly. Jabba raised his lips and guessed, if we only defeated the navy of the West Sea, there would be no way we could get such a high bounty. We must have defeated a stronger navy or killed the Tianlong people to get such a high bounty. Rayleigh also analyzed, the most important thing is that this guy has not entered the New World so far, and has not even entered the Grand Line. He has received such a high bounty just in the West Sea. I guess the high-ranking navy officials may have suffered a great loss in the West Sea. Roger also laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, this guy seems to be a member of the Rox Pirates. How scary." Even though the Rox Pirates have been disbanded for so many years, the remnants of the Rox Pirates have emerged one by one. Over in the New World, after seeing Darius' new bounty, Golden Lion Shiki was shocked again. He had originally thought highly of this kid, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. How did he get such a high bounty when he hasn't even entered the Grand Line? What on earth did this kid do to make the Navy offer him such a high bounty? Dread Nova, Axe King. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the bounty list, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he grinned wildly, ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting, he hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet, but he's already been recognized as an emperor by the Navy. Kong, who was next to Shiki, said, I've known for a long time that this guy is not simple. His bounty is now 1.5 billion Baileys. This bounty is second only to yours even in our sky pirates, Shiki. Shiki grinned and said jokingly, yeah. It seems that the little devil back then has grown to this point. It seems that he has been lurking all these years. Now he has received a bounty of 15 billion before entering the new world. It is really amazing. Kang also asked with some interest, do you still want to recruit him? I don't think he will agree easily. Shiji listened with a grim expression and said, of course, what's more, he is originally my subordinate. If he dares to refuse me, then the only outcome is death. Kang was very clear about what kind of personality Jing Shiki had, and chuckled, then I hope he can recognize the situation by then. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard also saw Darius's new bounty. After a moment's silence, he said, first it was Kaido, and now it's Darius. Those trainees on the ship back then have all grown up. When he said this, Whitebeard also looked at Marco. At this time, a tall man with phoenix eyes and thick eyebrows, long and wild black hair, especially the top gathered into a large round plane, with a prominent widow's peak and triangular sideburns. He was wearing an orange kimono, most of his legs were exposed, and there were crescent moon patterns on both chests of the kimono. He had huge purple and white ropes tied around his shoulders and waist, and the ones on his shoulders fell on his back. He had 2 sabers tied around his waist. He made a funny expression and came to Whitebeard's side and said, oh, Ziobeiji, who is this guy? This bounty, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1.5 billion Baileys, this bounty is really high. The person who came was Kojiki Odin, the daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, and now a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Kojiki Odin took the newspaper from Whitebeard and said, Darius, do you know this guy? Whitebeard didn't pay attention to Kojiki Odin's rude little detail, and said calmly, well, I know him, but we're not familiar with each other. Kojiki Odin looked at the bounty on Darius in his hand. He had been going to sea with Whitebeard for several months and knew something about the so-called bounty. It was generally issued by the Navy and the world government. The strength of the criminal being rewarded could be roughly known by the amount of the bounty. This guy has a bounty of 15 billion. He must be a strong man. And he looks very young. Whitebeard listened and replied, well, in terms of age, it seems that he is 3 years younger than you. Oh, so powerful. But why is my bounty so much less than his? Kojiki Odin said a little depressed, and took out his own bounty list, which showed a bounty of 4 million. Whitebeard also said calmly, your bounty is not low, and you have just been out to sea for a short time. After a long time, your bounty will definitely increase. Chapter 75. New Equipment, Thorn Armor. Meanwhile, in Wano country, after Big Mom saw the bounty on Darius, his first reaction was to form a marriage alliance. He grinned and said, well, I never thought of this. Why didn't I find such a powerful guy when I was in the Rocks Pirates? If I had known earlier, I should have let him join my pirate group. But it's not too late now. Big Mom grinned, Darius probably hasn't gotten married yet. But even if he's already married, it doesn't matter. Bert, you're old enough to get married. I'm going to marry you to Darius. What do you think? The somewhat fat woman below is Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's eldest daughter, Charlotte Compier. She is 19 years old this year, but looking at her appearance, it would be easy for people to believe that she is 39. I don't care. I'll listen to my mom. Charlotte Compert said happily. At the same time, looking at Darius's resolute and handsome face in the photo, she blushed suddenly. Big Mom was also happy to hear this and said, yeah, that's great. Just think about it, having a son-in-law like Darius is really a happy thing. At this time, the long bread not far away said, Lingling, This Darius is quite powerful, and he is also a pirate with 15 billion berries. What's more, he is still in the West Sea. If he refuses, what should we do? Big Mom was silent for a moment. After all, Darius was a great pirate and he had the capital to reject her. Moreover, Darius was still in the West Sea. Even if Big Mom was powerful, she could not affect Darius. She looked at Longbread and asked, "Longbread, do you have any ideas?" After hearing this, Longbread immediately gave an idea. Why not invite him to visit Wangguo in the name of a tea party, and then propose a marriage proposal to him? If that doesn't work out, marry Mond and Armand to him as well. They are all of marriageable age anyway. Big Mom is not stupid. She understands the value of 15 billion belly. Her own bounty is only 32 billion belly now. It is definitely not that easy to make Darius surrender. However, if Darius is brought to Wangguo, then Big Mom is absolutely confident that she can control Darius on her own territory. Even if she cannot subdue Darius in the end, she can at least force Darius to form an alliance with her. In the Beast's Pirates, Kaido saw the bounty on Darius and shouted excitedly, "Darius, this guy's bounty is almost catching up with mine. Werolero, you're doing a great job. Come to the New World soon. I can't wait to fight you for 300 rounds." Back to West Sea, Boluo City. More than half a year after leaving Burrow City, the Naku's pirates once again returned to this former city. Nowadays, the Naku's pirates can be said to be the undisputed overlord of the West Sea. All the pirate groups in the West Sea are proud to join the Naku's pirates. In order to quickly replenish personnel, the Naku's pirates also opened a pirate recruitment conference in Burrow City in the West Sea, which attracted pirates in the West Sea who wanted to join the Naku's pirates to come and sign up. It is said to be recruiting, but in fact it is mainly recruiting middle and low-level pirates. Now the Naku's pirates have Liuli's Whisper Fruit and Blue Crystal's Hypnosis Fruit, so they can easily catch traitors. However, if the opponent is strong enough, there is still a certain chance that they can resist the Whisper Fruit and the Hypnosis Fruit. During this period, the Naku's pirates encountered several people who could not be hypnotized by the Hypnosis Fruit, or whose thoughts could not be heard by the Whispering Fruit, or who retained their consciousness after hypnosis. For these people, neither Liuli nor Blue Crystal could judge whether the other party's surrender was sincere or just a false one. When encountering such a situation, Darius would first beat them up severely to weaken their willpower, and then hand them over to Liuli and Blue Crystal to use the Devil Fruit to test their loyalty. It was said to be a test of loyalty, but it was mainly to test whether the other party was from the world government and the navy. If not, he would let them go. If so, he would kill them directly. It can be said that during the period when the Naku's pirates were recruiting pirates, dozens of personnel from the navy and the world government were captured. If it were not for the Whispering Fruit and the Hypnosis Fruit, these people would probably have already infiltrated the Naku's pirates. Time flies, and a few months have passed in the blink of an eye. In March of 1493, in the High Garden calendar, after several months of recruiting, the Naku's pirates have expanded their numbers again, from the original 3 to more than 4,000, an increase of several times. As for the pirates and pirate groups that joined, Darius directly disrupted their original organization, separated all the members of the pirate groups, and had them directly managed by the cotters arranged by the Naku's pirates. The cotters arranged here are basically all former members of the Tianfeng gang. In addition, they have all experienced several naval encirclement and suppression operations, so their loyalty and strength are guaranteed. Although these newly joined pirates and pirate groups are dissatisfied, they have no choice but to endure their dissatisfaction in the face of the powerful Naku's pirates. After all, the original Tenho gang is a powerful black Ona. When they were gangsters, they were all good at it, but they lacked real brutal wars. After experiencing several wars with the navy, they have now grown into cotters of the Naku's pirates. Returning to Burrow City, Darius felt a little free again. After all, it was really comfortable to stay in this city. But this time, Darius didn't dare to stay here all the time. When he was a pirate worth 3,000 million, the navy tried their best to deal with him. Now, he was a pirate with a bounty of 15 billion, and it was even more impossible for him to retire. And today, the new ship that Darius had built was finally completed. The original Iron Blood was burned down. Although there was no problem with the hull as a whole, there was a burnt smell inside the Iron Blood. So they simply built a new ship when they returned to Boluo City. Dozens of pirate warships were docked at the port of Burrow City. More than 10,000 pirates cheered when they saw Darius appear. A Shen said respectfully, "Captain, this is the Fear Nova. Like the Iron Blood, it is also built with wood from the precious tree Atom. Its toughness is definitely not worse than that of the Iron Blood. It will definitely allow us to enter the new world smoothly." "Yes." Darius nodded slightly, then said loudly, "Young men, let's set sail." Oh! Darius did not stay in the West Sea on this voyage. It has been 9 years since the Roxas pirates disbanded, and it is time for him to march to the Grand Line. There is really no point in staying in such a small place as the West Sea. Several months of sailing passed again. Ever since the last time they defeated the Navy in Beyblade City, the Navy had not come to look for the Naku's pirates on a large scale. Even if the Navy went out to sea, they were basically reconnaissance ships, investigating the situation of the Naku's pirates from a distance, and had no intention of engaging in battle with them. During this period, the Naku's pirates have continued to expand, and their number has reached nearly 30,000. At this time, on the Grand Channel, dozens of pirate warships were sailing majestically on the sea, and in the center of the warship group, on the Fear Nova, a pirate came to report, "Lord Darius, we are about to reach Gaia Island." "We're finally at Gaia Island," Darius whispered to himself. After coming to this world, and learning that it takes 500 grams of gold to exchange for 1 League of Legends coin, Darius has been thinking about how to enter the Sky Island, but he has no idea. At present, Darius still only knows the method in the plot, which is to enter the Sky Island through the rising ocean current, but this method, without the halo of the protagonist, is % a dead end. However, Darius now doesn't care too much about whether he can reach Sky Island and seize the gold on Sky Island, because with the expansion of the Naku's pirates, Darius's way to obtain the gold has become much simpler, that is, to rob it directly. Whenever the Noxian pirates arrive at an island or a town, they will plunder it wantonly and take away all their property. Not only the cities, but even the countries are the same. Previously, the Noxian pirates robbed a small country called the Drum Kingdom and took away all the money in that country. It was also after plundering a country's wealth that Darius obtained a large amount of gold, which allowed Darius to buy his second piece of equipment, the Armor of Thorns. Armor of Thorns, HP plus 350, Armor plus 60. Unique passive, Thorns, when receiving an enemy attack, return 3% of the opponent's physical damage and apply a severe injury effect. Unique passive, Armor Growth, after being injured in battle, you can permanently increase your armor by 15 points. The more serious the injury, the more armor you will gain. Originally, Darius was planning to buy the Black Cleaver as the second piece of equipment, but there was no way. The last time he fought Slit in Kowloon Town, he temporarily bought the Thorn Vest. He had no choice but to buy the Thorn Armor first. Moreover, the attributes of the Thorn Armor were slightly different from those in the game. It was stronger than in the game. In other words, Darius saw that all the equipment in the mall were basically stronger than the equipment in the game, and they all came with a growth attribute.